Good morning all. Could I request that you take your seats ready for the session to begin, please? Good morning again. I would like to advise that the 5th meeting of the United Nations Group of Experts is called to order. Distinguished delegates, to begin with this morning we will have a special presentation entitled Progress and Challenges for Space Technology Applications in Asia and the Pacific. I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Tae Hyun Kim from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission of Asia and the Pacific Information and Communication Technology and Disaster Risk Reduction. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tae Hyun Kim. I'm working in the Disaster Division in ESCAP. So this morning I have around 20 minutes of my presentation. I try to make it short, and then I will try, and then skip some slide. And then I noticed that you are the expert in geographical names, but I'm working in the area of the disaster area. Maybe slide point a little bit not quite mature, but I try to introduce our work and then what we are thinking. My presentation is around the 3 points. That is application of the space technology in GIS and in Asia Pacific region, and then what actually challenges of developing countries, not advanced countries, and then what kind of actions are required to address this kind of challenges. As you know, that this SDG adopted 17 goals. That is, we are thinking is that what does it mean is the space technology, GIS applications. Technology is not itself, so we are focusing on the applications in modern times. How do you contribute to SDGs? And then what does meaning in the, especially in the developing countries? See my slide. Okay. Space technology is kind of the overlay of the information. So what I want to say is that it try to make the more complex decision for not only for the disaster, the other issues too. And then actually, this technology is changed the concept of the information itself. Earlier, that is that we are not accessible to the information, but now it's more easily accessible. We can know what is the information or data there. And then also, not only the data itself, the space technology, GIS, connected people, and then create new information and ideas. Also, the other one is that we can say it contributes to saving energy by using navigation or whatever in transportation sectors. So space technology and the GIS is very crossing the development sectors. And then sometimes I forgot my presentation. You don't mind that is. To make the others. It's okay. This slow is a little bit smaller. Anyways, that is the GIS is about simple data information. Now it's more moving the more decision-making process. It's simply not in data itself. Is more contributing to making the more correct decision-making. As I said, that is GIS space technology is across the different sectors. In all sectors are not only energy and then water, transport, disease, environment, everything. I try to show the simple two slide. That is a 1992 slide that you can see the overall picture of that is how bright of the countries. This was 2010. Is that this is 1992, this is 2010, simply can see how we developed each other. It is very easy to show that is development process or development levels. And then also GIS, space technology GIS used for the urban growth, and then urban planning, and then also the urban planning in Australia, and then also old building management and the resource management. It is a slide for oils. This is water resource management and the transport and traffic. Now I think I'm sure that you are Google Map or navigation, the software to drive your cars. And then also that. Also this is kind of the transport card. Bus card or the smart card, whatever name is, you are using this kind of based on the GIS information. And the parking arrangement or traffic arrangement. This is also election arrangement, landslide issues, and earthquake management. This is actually the Kumamoto earthquake. You can see that this earthquake management, see that. This is also photos in Kumamoto earthquake. And the flood management too. And the fire management. And MERS and SARS disease management. Climate change and drought issues. Agriculture issues. I'd like briefly to introduce our division's initiative for regional drought mechanism. It is that we are trying to, using the existing socio-economic data and plus geospatial data together to find out more substantial, more beneficial data, not only by using socio-economic data only. So this is just the beginning stage. We conducted some pilot project in Sri Lanka, Mongolia, the other country, Myanmar, Cambodia, we are now approaching. So it's not easy tough. For example, in Mongolia cases, we try to develop a drought index by using space data. So now we are trying to proving this data is more beneficial or correct than the existing data. I'd like to briefly introduce new technology. As you already know that this kind of the portals. This is, we call it drone. Is that some companies is very ambitiously flying drones around for 5 years. Once they fly by using solar panels. So if this is drones, it's slightly replacing satellite images. Of course, the satellite satellite image is very effective to know the very wide area, but drone is cheaper than the satellite image. So, and then immediately, as you know that when disaster happens, we have to wait 1 or 2 days to receive the satellite images. But this drone is immediately flying and then take the photos, what is the damage of the disaster. This is a room project. It's a Google project to cover the whole global world to connect the internet or satellite images together. The pioneer company is Sri Lanka. this is rune is around 20 kilometers from the Earth, from the surface. It is reported that one balloon is covered around 40 kilometers, square kilometers. Around 13 balloons can cover all Sri Lanka altogether. It is not done yet, but it's a very ambitious plan. So where we are moving by using this space technology in GIS? General idea is that we are moving toward SDI, space data infrastructure. This is, as I know that there is no single country in the world still already developed or clear this concept. This is just the concept of the SDI. SDI is so many platforms, database, and players all together. This is conceptual architecture. This is one case from Korea. That is, this is one disaster, for example, ministry. But the other ministry has lots of the information here. But this information and data is working separately. So this government is trying to integrate together to merge that. For example, they are bringing that one platform, 3D platform, into the database platform. You see that this is a 3D the platform of Korea to integrate into the overall SDI structure. Again, and then this another ministry, for example, agricultural ministry has lots of the agricultural related information and trying to link it together, integrate together the big SDI structure. Again, I'd like to introduce our initiative called Geoportal. Geoportal is a pre-step toward SDI. Many developing countries has their own geoportal related to the disaster. So we're trying to support the developing countries to establish geoportal, to compile up the data together in one single website based on the, of course, database to compile up together. Now, at this moment, we are compiling up the geospatial data, but we are trying to approaching to the socio-economic data together. You see that there are many good applications of the GIS space technology in developing, especially in the developing countries. But this benefit is not happening automatically. What should we do? What should developing countries do to get this benefit? There are some challenges faced by developing countries. One is the access issue. Geospatial data is free only in the case of the disaster cases. Normal cases, most developing countries should pay a lot of big money to buy the geospatial data. Another one is that there are lots of the analog data existed, but there is very slow to transform the analog data into the digital data. So it's quite really slow, yeah. The second one is that use challenges. There are lots of data here, but how to use this data is different issue, especially lack of the GIS specialists in certain small developing countries. They don't have enough human resources. Another one is the integration issue. Lots of data already maybe there are scattered in the ministry, but it was really not exchangeable each other. Maybe red tape issue or format issue. There are many problems in together, but we know that if data put in together, we can find more valuable information. But the process is very slow. And then funding issues. I will tell the different the details later. How much we are invested in a space technology and GIS sectors. And of course, the regional cooperation issues. I'm working in the regional organization. Is sometimes I'm feeling it's a little bit frustrated. That is that our program is sometimes very ad hoc or not long-term basis supporting. And then also kind of lack of the funding. And then we are trying to sometimes little bit fail to really create a little bit big output something. So we are keep trying, thinking and try to find ways how to really support the developing countries well. See that this data is that data is increasing since 2000 a lot. Since 2000, as I understand this, last 2 years data is bigger than the last 2,000 years. Recently, I mean, is that data is exploding, a lot of data. This is also a slide that shows that this data increasing, how quickly. We are also talking about big data issues, but surely the big data is coming, but there is a big problem that because that big data is only showing that is correlation, not to causality. Causality is that what is the cause and what is the impact. For example, that in the Major League, US Major League Baseball, most of the good player, I mean, batting average rate is good, is little bit aged player. So many people are thinking, oh, aged people is good player or something like that. But actually, the reality is opposite way. Many good players with a very good batting rate can survive longer in the major league. So it looks like that sometimes we can make a mistake to cause and outcome relations each other. So I think we are also to be careful to use the big data issues. To address these challenges, we need a good human analyst to find out what is really caused and impact. I'm trying to talking about the economic development. What its name is maybe sustainable development, whatever it is. Our final goal, space technology, is contribute to economic development, sustainable development. Economic development means productivity capacity, plus is how to quickly or nicely transform production system or social system. Productivity capacity is productive. What does it mean is the productivity capacity is that is a kind of locate, it could be a resources, locate, extract, change, form, something, use or consume. This whole process is, we call it a productivity capacity. Technology is at the center of this economic development. More precisely, technology is at the center of the productivity capacity. So GIS or space technology is across in all the sectors. I mean, is that in the process of the productivity process. By the way, is that how to measure the economic development? There are two agreed indicators. One is that investment ratio of GDP in a fixed capital. Fixed capital means is that infrastructure or production system or something. The another one is the investment in the R&D. The two indicators are very, very few undisputed indicator. Mr. Chair, is that may I cross to the, because this I cannot remember all the data, so may I cross to the screen and then may I use the phone? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry that is, my eyes is short sight and I cannot remember all the numbers as I try to cross here. We agree that is space technology, including space technology, is how to express most cases expressed, embodied in a fixed capital like buildings, or for example, green buildings. How many green buildings are accommodated this green technology, or railway, or speed train, whatever it is. Technology is shown in the fixed capital. So generally speaking is that without high investment in a fixed capital, we cannot make a very quick, huge jump in economic development. So this is one of the key indicators to show that these economic potentials. Let's see what is reality in the world. In the real world is that world average around 20 or 22% of GDP. China is around 45%. Japan is around 60 and 70, around 35% of GDP they spend. But it's, in developing countries, for example, Congo is around 2%. I'm not talking about the absolute amount. I'm talking about the ratio. So generally speaking is that at least 20% of GDP should be invested in a fixed capital investment in a developing infrastructure. It's really difficult to make economic development. R&D same is the R&D investment is that OECD around 2.3% of GDP. Israel, South Korea, Japan, and Finland around 4.3% something. But Indonesia is 0.1%, Colombia is 0.2%, Kenya is 0.5%, China is 1.5%. Recently, China is increasing 2.1% in 2015. What I'm saying is that really the huge gap is between developing countries and developed countries in R&D. So really difficult for developing countries to catch up the advanced country. See that this is GRD, the gross domestic expenditure on the R&D. Most of this, you can see that some advanced countries, South Korea and Israel and USA, Australia, these countries invest a lot in R&D. It is same is that. This is the high-income countries. This is low-income countries. Whatever it is, race is around more than gap is 2% or 3% gap. This is a general investment on R&D. I got this information from OECD statistics website. This is also showing that there's a huge difference of the investment in R&D, especially in the space area. Of course, the first one is that USA and China, France, Japan, or something. But it's in the right table, you can see that is compared to the 2013-2008. Some countries are, for example, USA is kind of reducing the government budget in R&D in space sector. So is that recently is only we little bit going deeper in the look at the government budget in R&D in the area of space technology. Russia and the US and is very high flying countries, and Korea and Japan and France a little bit low. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the data for developing countries like ASEAN, Asia Pacific, other countries, developing countries. There. Little bit going deeper again. That is R&D is two sectors. One is outer space. The other one is Earth observation. Japan is, if we case of the Japan is increasing case of the outer space, but it's actually that Earth observation budget is a little bit flat. So it's Japan is more looking for the outer space issues. Top countries with the space presence. One is Israel, Iran, South Korea, Japan, UK, India, France, China, Russia, and USA. What is the challenges? The problem is that the other countries are depending on these countries too much. So, for example, if your country have a disaster, you have to wait until these countries give the data to these countries. Required actions. Of course, there is a very, very textbook answers here. So, country level is, of course, there is a long-term strategy necessary. Geospatial data or database or something. Of course, human resources. Also, that we need to train or educate the analysts, data analysts, and the GI specialists too. And then, of course, that how to integrate the scattered data together, and the finance issues. Of course, decision makers' understanding and commitment. Regional level 2, also, regional, in the terms of the regional levels, we also try to increase the awareness of the policymakers, and then more provide long-term consistent training and programs, and then also try to build and reform regional financing mechanism. Of course, that we conducted a preliminary survey that there is no regional funding mechanism specialized in space technology GIS. And then try to transfer more high-tech to the developing countries. Not free. Free is better, but it's not practical. It's more affordable price. And then research, and also that. What I want to tell that is that this, what I'm saying is the neighbors' good practice is not mine until I invest actually. How they look nice. So, the reason is that's why I show that is what is the gap between gap of the investment by the countries between advanced country and then developing countries. So it's my final message that technology is critical for economic development, and space technology and GIS are changing our development paradigms faster than we expected. Whatever it is, what does fancy models or good practices to get a benefit from these models and practices, we should invest in a kind of technology. Of course, it's very correct. Yeah? And then I would like to emphasize that foster GIS data analyst is very critical and essential for sustainable development. Of course, it's a regional organization should play better. If there is a chance that is, I wanted to promote the regional financing mechanism, still now is non-exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hung Kim. I'm sure we can all see how our work here fits in with the concepts that were presented by this presentation. I would like to open the floor for any questions or comments. If you would like to still stay here for us. I have one myself, so perhaps I'll start with that. I noticed in one of your slides that you passed by quickly, there was a small comment about open source GIS data. And in discussions that we've had with other countries throughout this meeting, there are some that are looking very closely at open source data, GIS applications for place names work. Would you like to have any comment on the benefits of such open source data?
Thank you for the questions there. At this moment, the SCAP is, of course, is promoting the open source data sharing. But it's actually, we are more focusing on currently, is focusing on the data sharing among ministry in countries. Because there's sometimes space technology data or geospatial data is very, very sensitive issue in terms of the military perspective. So we noted that it's very difficult to convince our member countries to share that geospatial data in a normal times. In a disaster cases, they share that, but in normal times, it's really difficult to convince. So rather, we are now more focusing on the country level to invite the different ministry to show that what is a good benefit, try to convince to share that geospatial data or socioeconomic data together among ministry. That's our current situation.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions or comments that anybody would like to make from the floor? I recognize the Asia East Division.
Yeah, that is I think it is a very good presentation. It covers that all the problems that we are facing in this geospatial industry. So you mentioned that challenges that faced by the developing countries. So I want to add one more challenge there that we are facing now. So the keeping up-to-date geospatial data set is the main challenge now we are facing. Because now we can create geospatial data sets using some technologies and available resources. But if we don't keep them up to date, there is no value for the data. So now Sri Lanka is facing that problem because very recently we compiled 1 into 10,000 geospatial data set with many layers for the entire country. Now we are facing the challenge then how to keep it up to date. So if it is not up to date, then there is no use of the NSDI or SDI for sharing data because nobody cares about the outdated data. The problem is now for these developing countries, now if we invest big amount of money for these satellite images to update these data sets, we don't get the benefit in return. Because now in developing countries, we cannot, when we think about the cost and benefit analysis, so whatever we invest for creating the data sets, we cannot earn it back. So that is one of the major challenges that we are facing now. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Do you wish to respond to that? I think your point is very important, the correct one. I fully 100% agree there. My experience when I visited Mongolia, last 5-10 years, Mongolia developed very quickly. And then they told us that's exactly the same story. That they try and make the map, and then evacuation map, whatever it is. And then next day there is another big building, one new road. But map is there is no name, building name, there is no road name or something like that. So really, it's big challenge to developing countries. So that's why that is from the perspective of regional organization, we are trying to little bit create some funding mechanism to provide consistent support to developing countries. But at this moment, this funding mechanism, partially ad hoc, is a separate program-based funding is there, but it's not overall data linked. This funding mechanism doesn't exist. So I agree with you that is, I don't have the solution, but it's really it's an important point, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other question or comment? I recognize the Arabic division. Perhaps you first and then.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. في الحقيقة هذا عرض جيد فيما يتعلق باستخدام تكنولوجيا الفضاء لتوفير البيانات والمعلومات الجغرافية. ما في شك أنه يعني في الفترة الحالية هناك انتشار لهذه المعلومات وبأسعار أرخص مما كانت عليه قبل 15 عاما. وفي الحقيقة الآن يمكن الحصول على بيانات بدقة مكانية معقولة على المستوى الإقليمي بشكل مجاني على مواقع الإنترنت. على سبيل المثال يمكن الحصول على بيانات لاندسات 8 بدقة 15 إلى 30 متر، ولكن هذه الدقة المكانية ربما تحقق دراسات وعلى مستوى إقليمي وليس على مستوى محلي، وبالتالي ربما هذه الساتلايت ايميجز أو الصور الأقمار الصناعية تحل مشاكل الدول ذات المساحات الكبيرة بشكل كبير على المستوى الثاني، ولكن على المستوى الثالث والأدق وهو المستوى المحلي، ونحن بحاجة إلى بيانات ذات دقة مكانية أعلى بحيث تقدر هذه الدقة ممكن متر أو 2 متر، حتى إذا ما ربطناها بالأسماء الجغرافية يمكن أن تفي بالغرض. وهنا في هذه الحالة نحن نحتاج ليس إلى بيانات اللي هي فضائية، ولكن نحتاج إلى بيانات صور جوية هو المسح الجوي بدقة أعلى، حتى تكون قواعد البيانات يعني جيدة وقادرة على مستوى الدولة وعلى المستوى التخطيط المحلي الدقيق لتلك الدول. وشكرا.
Thank you for that comment.
I think it's your point also very correct one. Is that first one is the number one is that geospatial data is more popular than before, and then, but still I think it's not enough. And second one is that, as you said, that we are more looking for the high quality of the geospatial data. It's not available yet. Not only available yet, is data size is huge. So just in case of the disaster happen, is that it's really difficult to get this kind of huge big data, required data from the outside, even outside. That is another challenge. The another one is that is, in case of the for example, case of Korea, there is a space agency and disaster agency. Space agency doesn't know what kind of spatial data this disaster agency needed. Also, this disaster agency doesn't know what kind of spatial data this space agency had. So there is a very huge problems that even advanced country, is very failed to sharing some kind of data. So I surely agree with your point that we are looking, for example, looking for more high quality of data, but the infrastructure is not enough to use, not only hardware or human resources to use this data yet. So the key is that how to solve these challenges. I have no single solutions yet, but maybe countries should do better, and the regional organization also work harder. So maybe we can find a better solution later, but I'm sorry to say that I don't have a clear one single bullet. Thank you very much.
In the interest of time, this will be our last comment or question in relation to this presentation. I recognize the Arabic division.
Thank you for the nice presentation and the information you have provided. My question is relevant to, I need to have like explanation for the reasons behind having a low investment when it comes to developing countries. is the reason can be summarized for the lack of awareness or just a matter of priorities? Or we as specialists fail to show the advantages of such technologies that influence and affect each aspect of our life? So I need to know, is it just a matter of priorities or just a lack of awareness? From your perspective, of course.
Well, is that the reason I show that is economic data rather than the space perspective. I conducted many training programs and then workshops or something. Many presentation is very look nice, very attractive or something, but it continue around 5-10 years. Continue same. We are talking about same story. Oh, there is a very nice, practice or models in other neighboring countries, but still, it didn't happen in the developing countries. So that's why I show that is what is the main region, root region, is that actually the investment ratio is different, maybe one of the regions. But why the investment ratio is different between two groups? I also don't know. Is that maybe a leadership issue or a cultural issue or some government structure issues? But anyway, is that it's very clear is that productivity capacity is the key to economic development or sustainable development. So how to enhance our productivity capacity there is no solution except for the investing in self. So I'm sorry to say I have no clear answer to that, but if I understand each country has a different situations, maybe.
Sorry, I did have to say that was going to be the last question from a time perspective. Perhaps you could make contact with Mr. Hung Kim personally to talk over any other question you may have with him. Would that be okay with you? Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you again for your presentation. It's much appreciated. The group of experts will now conclude the consideration, or sorry, resume its consideration of agenda item 10, activities relating to the working group on toponymic terminology. And I'll invite the convener of the working group, Mr. Stefan Nystrom, to take the chair. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. The group of experts considered all the presentation papers yesterday, and I would like to say a few concluding words. So yesterday we discussed one paper concerning undersea feature terminology, and we also discussed two papers concerning amendments and additions to the UNGEGN glossary. But we also had two papers for information only, both of them concerning new translations of the UNGEGN glossary. And since we have two experts from the submitting countries, that is one version in Hungarian and one in Polish, I would like to give the opportunity to the group of experts to ask questions or make comments to those papers and those translations if somebody wishes to. So I open the floor for questions or comments on these two information papers. Is there anyone who wants to ask something, or? I can't see that that is the case. So then I would just like to, well, not to summarize, but to just say a few concluding words. As you have seen in the list of documents connected to this agenda item, there is no report from the working group. And the reason for this is that there has been very little activity in the group since the last session, apart from the discussions about endonyms and exonyms. And that is mostly due to me being the convener of the group. Unfortunately, time does not allow me to work with this group as I should, and I am really sorry about that, but it is a fact. So I have decided to pass this important task on to somebody else in connection with the 2017 conference. And should you be aware of anyone who might be interested, please let me know. Or should you have any other ideas or suggestions, don't hesitate to contact me or someone in the Bureau. And having said that, I would like to close this agenda item. And the group of experts will now take up agenda item number 11, activities relating to the working group on Romanization systems. And I invite Mr. Peter Pell, convener of the working group, to come to the podium and preside over the proceedings on this item.
Distinguished delegates, we will begin our discussion of this item with the consideration of the document contained in the working paper 50/11, report of the working group on Romanization systems. But before we start, I would like to thank Ms. Catherine Cheetham from the United Kingdom division for kindly agreeing to act as rapporteur for this part of the session. So just a few words about the working group itself. This is one of the oldest working groups in UNGEGN. It was established already in 1970, and it was called a working group on a single Romanization system. I will now read some parts of the working group report itself. The basic mandate of the working group consists of considering and reaching agreement on a Romanization system for geographical names proposed by a donor country. The working group also monitors the implementation of Romanization systems in donor and receiver countries. The 10th United Nations Conference on the Standardization of Geographical Names in 2012 adopted 4 resolutions on Romanization, recommending the respective Belarusian, Bulgarian, Persian and Ukrainian national systems of Romanization for international use. And the first part of the report covers meetings. There was a meeting of the working group during the 28th UNGEGN session in 2014, and the working group considered preparations for the 11th conference, liaison with ICANN and ISO TC 46/working group 3. Updates to the working group's website and the proposal to create a subgroup to address transcription systems for regions in Africa. Regarding preparations for the next conference, attention was turned to systems of Romanization that were approved by the UN but never implemented or no longer implemented in full. Additionally, 5 languages and scripts were identified as having some systems of national Romanization in place, thus fostering the prospects of eventually approving these systems for international use. For 2 languages, there were competing systems in use. And regarding minority languages or scripts, it was acknowledged that if a country would apply for the inclusion of Romanization systems for these languages into the UN list of approved systems, this would be welcome. The second part of the report covers website, and I'm glad to report that the most used part of the website, the report of the current status of United Nations Romanization systems for geographical names, has been updated fully now, and the version 4.0 covers all the 45 individual sections on languages and scripts that are there. And changes in version 4.0 are mainly of a technical character. For example, adding references to new submitted documents. The third part covers other activities and liaison. There has been an ongoing collaboration of the working group with other UNGEGN working groups regarding the use of Romanized names in documents. And particularly this applies to UNGEGN database and the list of country names. Within ISO, the International Organization of Standardization, there is a working group 3, conversion of written languages, under Technical Committee 46, information and documentation. The aim of the working group is to work out standards related to transliteration. Main users of these standards would be, for example, libraries. In 2014 and 15, there have been 2 meetings of ISO TC 46/Working Group 3. In 2014 in Washington and in 2015 in Beijing. The main achievement of the working group has been the completion of the revision of ISO 7098, Romanization of Chinese. It was the international standard has been published in December 2015. On the proposal of Thailand and with the approval of TC46, another project was launched in 2015. Studies on transliteration of Thai Tam Isan and Thai Noi. These 2 scripts are used or have been used in Thailand. And the project team is led by Ms. Nitaya Kanchanawan, under the auspices of the Committee on Romanization Principles for Thai Languages in Thailand. And we had a working meeting of the project group on Friday here in Bangkok, and we discussed several technical details, especially as applies to the identity of the 2 scripts, whether these are independent scripts, whether they can be codified under the Unicode existing schemes. And it was a very useful meeting that we had with the Royal Society of Thailand. I'll skip the next part because there has been a report by ICANN. So a membership list is also included in this report, and I would like to call on all interested experts to join in this working group. And the second part, or the other part of the report covers information on individual languages and scripts that have something to report to the working group. And these cover 4 systems that were approved in 2012. For example, Belarus and Ukraine report the implementation of these, all the 4 countries report on the successful implementation of their systems. For example, on maps, like in Belarus and Ukraine, or in databases, like in Bulgaria and the Islamic Republic of Iran. and especially in Iran there has been high activity on including the various services to the National Geographical Names database and using the broad transcription system as was approved by the United Nations. Regarding Armenia and Georgian, there is too little to report, but I have included some sentences that I have received from Armenia and Georgia. And there is also some information on Arabic. There was a symposium in Constantine in February this year. And Cambodia has reported that a decree was issued by the royal government on mapping and surveying, which also includes a mentioning of the harmonization of geographical names, including Romanization. And with that, I would like to conclude the presentation of this working document and invite all experts to have either comments or questions regarding this document. The floor is yours. Yes, I recognize the distinguished expert of the China division. Mr. Liu, you have the floor, please.
谢谢召集人。然后我想那个地名罗马化呢，是联合国地名专家组的一项非常重要的工作，对于推进全球地名标准化有重要的作用。工作组这些年在地名罗马化方面做了很多卓有成效的工作。我建议呢，今后在继续关注各国地名罗马化的进展的情况之外呢，还可以开展一些相关的研究和宣传工作。因为现在社会上呢，有些学者对于地名罗马化呢，仍然有不理解的地方。我们可以用更多的、更有说服力的这种论文、论著来宣传联合国地名专家组的这种主张。同时呢，向社会介绍地名罗马化的这种原理、它的作用，对于我们进一步做好这种地名的这个标准化工作呢，有非常重要的作用。比如说，在中国呢，除了汉语地名和蒙古语、那个维吾尔语、藏语地名有这个相关的这个罗马化的标准以外呢，还有很多的其他的少数民族语的地名，有一些呢，它甚至说没有文字，只有语言。那么，对于这些地名呢，我们现在也正在逐步的开展这种罗马化的这种拼写啊，然后确定如何把它译成其他文字的问题。然后这样呢，在开展这些工作的时候呢，我们需要更多的了解这个地名单一罗马化的这种原理啊，它的这个执行程序、它的作用等等的。所以呢，我想就是说，我们这个联合国地名专家组呢，今后在地名罗马化方面，如果能够开展一些更对社会有说服力的这种研究和宣传工作，将对于推动这个全世界的这种地名单一罗马化有更重要的积极的作用。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished experts of the China division, Mr. Liu. I can but only agree to the words that you have said about the need to make the public aware of this importance of the work, and especially contacting the academia. I must admit that there are some problems precisely with having contact data, with finding the right persons to speak to. And this is the problem that we face with many of the scripts, languages that are still on our agenda without having any contact. I'm very glad that at this session in Bangkok we have several delegates from countries that have not been previously represented. And for example, I have been able to talk to a distinguished delegate of the Lao People's Democratic Republic and learn some new information from them. So I'm really looking forward, and I only can wish that this process can be continued. Thank you very much. So are there any other comments and questions? Yes, please, distinguished expert from the Arabic division.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens à préciser que je vais intervenir en tant que chef président du Task Team for Africa. Je vous remercie de votre rapport, notamment de nous avoir rappelé la dernière résolution qui a été adoptée concernant la toponymie africaine, issue de langues non écrites. C'est pour cela que je dois rappeler également que l'une des premières résolutions du UNGEGN en 1967 a été justement sur la toponymie africaine, qui avait la particularité d'être issue en quasi-totalité de langues non écrites. C'est pour cela que le Task Team for Africa envisage de mettre 3 groupes de travail en son sein. Un premier groupe sur la toponymie africaine et cette particularité qu'elle est issue de langues non écrites. Et votre contribution personnelle sera vraiment appréciée si vous voulez vous joindre à nous. Nous envisageons également de mettre un deuxième groupe de travail sur un roadmap, sur une feuille de route pour mener le développement de la normalisation toponymique en Afrique. Et enfin, nous envisageons de mettre un troisième groupe sur l'étude de la toponymie sahélienne. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, distinguished expert of the Arabic division and the coordinator of the task team for Africa. I can just but only agree with what you have said, and I think that there needs to be a close cooperation with task team of Africa, with the working group of Romanization systems, any assistance that we can give to the task team for Africa in this sense. We discussed last time the project proposed by France about transcription procedures for African names. So this is really the subject for the task team for Africa for you to take up. Thank you. I recognize the expert from the Asia Southwest Division. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Southeast Europe, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, Southeast.
So there is no place
Europe, okay.
on this side. Concerning writing of Chinese and Turkish geographical names, we have also a lot of problems in Turkey, especially there is a growing tourism relations between Chinese-speaking countries and Turkey, as well as commercial relations, and from the economic sectors, also from the tourism sectors, we have received lots of complaints that tourists are coming to Turkey, wanting to go to some locality and finding themselves in some other locality. So that's why we set up a working group in Turkey, bringing together the Chinese experts, and we have started compiling the Turkish localities and Chinese localities and finding the standard translations for these localities. We haven't completed our work on our part, but probably in 4 months' time we will be ready. Then afterwards we would like to convey the list we will prepare to our Chinese counterparts. Then we will ask them to check these lists and to correct them if necessary, and then it will be, at least for the Turkish public bodies, it will be a standard list. I just wanted to give this information. I would like to have any assistance the Chinese division would extend to us, and I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this information, distinguished expert of the East Central and Southeast Europe Division. Yes, the conversion into other writing systems has also been on the agenda of the work of the United Nations conferences. It's not being addressed by any specific working group, so this falls in between some other working groups as well, but this initiative is very welcome. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions that you would wish to put forward with regard to this working group report? I can see no raised hands or requests. So we can move on to working paper number 22/11, investigation of rules for translating Japanese geographical names into English. And I have the pleasure to give the floor to the distinguished expert of the Asia East Division other than China, Mr. Nakamura, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to make a presentation today. I'm from the Geospatial Information Authority of Japan, or GSI. GSI is the National Surveying and Mapping Authority of Japan. I'm going to introduce our activity, investigation of rules for translating Japanese geographical names into English. In order to help promote Japan as a tourist destination and to support a smooth delivery of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics Games, it is necessary to create an environment that will enable foreign visitors to travel easily and have a comfortable stay in Japan. Maps are essential for foreign visitors to travel in Japan. However, until now, no standardized guidelines had existed for translating Japanese geographical names into English to create maps for foreign visitors. So, English translations of the same geographical feature differed from map to map. It was confusing to foreign visitors. Against this background, in order to promote the widespread use of maps with uniform English translations, which are easily understandable for foreign visitors, GSI established the Advisory Committee in 2014. By incorporating the opinions of experts and related organizations such as the Japan Tourism Agency and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, we investigated rules for translating Japanese geographical names on maps into English. The result of this consideration were released in this January. Then GSI invited comments from the general public and finalized the rules in this March. The rules are made based on the Roman alphabet pronunciations. There are two formats. One is substitution format and the other is addition format for making this conversion. In substitution format, a generic term is converted to English. For example, Fujisan, which is the highest mountain in Japan, is translated as Mount Fuji, where san is converted to Mount in English. Tonegawa is translated as Tone River, where Gawa is converted to river in English. On the other hand, in addition format, English generic terms such as mount and river are added to the entire Japanese name. For example, Tateyama is written as Mount Tateyama. Arakawa is written as Arakawa River. The original Japanese geographical names of these examples are unified and cannot be separated. In the substitution format, where Tateyama is denoted as Mount Tate and Arakawa is Ara River, it is difficult for Japanese speakers to think of the original Japanese names. In the addition format, the meanings become redundant and words become long, making them difficult for foreign visitors to remember. Therefore, the rules for English translations are based on the substitution format, but for cases where the substitution format is difficult for Japanese speakers to understand, the addition format is used. The GSI used the rules as the basis for creating English language maps. Actually, these rules are applied to the 1 to 5 million scale English map. In addition, GSI is going to inform local governments, private sector companies, and so on about these rules in order to unify the English translations of Japanese geographical names to promote the widespread use of maps that are easy for non-Japanese speakers to understand. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, distinguished expert of the Asia East Division other than China, Mr. Nakamura. Does any expert wish to take the floor for comments and questions on this paper? I recognize the distinguished expert of the China Division, Mr. Liu.
感谢召集人，感谢尊敬的日本专家提交的这篇非常详细的报告。 关于这个报告呢，我想提2个问题。第一个就是，当一条地名转化为另一条地名的专名成分的时候，它这条地名原来的通名在新地名当中是如何处理的？比如说，富士山这条地名，按照咱们现在这个报告里提出的这个翻译方法呢，是把它翻译成 Mount Fuji。那么，如果有另一条地名，比如说是富士山站、富士山路的话，那么这个时候是翻译成 Mount Fuji Station、Mount Fuji Road， 还是说是翻译成 Fujisan Station、Fujisan Road？ 也就是说，这时候这个山是怎么样来翻译的？第二个问题呢，就是说，同一种地理实体的类型，我知道就是咱们各种语言当中，包括日语当中，都会对应很多种不同的通名。按照现在的咱们介绍的规则呢，就是无论这个原来的通名是怎么样的，都把它翻译成这个相对应的这个英语的这个通名。比如说，富士山这个 san 翻译成 mount， 然后那个Asahi Dake 那个月呢也是翻译成mountain。那么就是说会不会出现这种情况？本来在日语地名当中呢，它的专名是相同的，而通名是不同的。这时候呢，在日语地名当中它是不重名的，但是把它的通名都翻译成 mountain 以后，它就出现了这种重名的情况。如果出现了这种情况的话，是怎么样处理的？就这2个问题，谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished expert. May I pass this on to the distinguished Mr. Nakamura, please?
Thank you for your questions from the distinguished delegate from China. I answered your question. The first question, the Fujisan is translated as Mount Fuji, but your question is if there are, for example, Fujisan station, at that time which is correct, Mount Fuji station or Fujisan station. The name is, the translation is the station is Fujisan station, the latter pattern. The only the part of the types, only the part which specifies the types. In the station case, the part of station is converted, the eki is converted to station. So Fujisan eki, if there is Fujisan eki, the English name is Fujisan station, not Mount Fuji station. Because if we take Mount Fujisan station, the users cannot distinguish which is mount or station. So we take Fujisan station. And the second question is we converted, for example, mountain case, we convert, there are many pronunciations of mountain in Japanese. Yama, san, zan, sen, there are many pronunciations. And also other characters, not only san, but also dake, take. There are other characters which express the mountains. And if the result of conversion is the same, the people around the place, around the mountain can distinguish the which mountain the speaker specify. So even if the result of conversion is the same, we don't mind such things. Is it answer your question?
Yes, please.
非常感谢你的回答。然后我觉得呢是这样，就是在地名罗马化拼写的问题上，通名部分是应该意译还是音译，还是这个罗马化转写的这种争论呢，好像是一直都在存在的。在中国也是一样的，很多从事外语翻译的专家，他们主张这个地名的通名部分，甚至说专名的某些部分能够意译的时候，都尽量的意译，而不仅仅是用汉语拼音进行罗马化的拼写。但是呢，从事地名管理和研究的专家呢，则主张维护地名的单一罗马化的拼写形式，以使地名的罗马化拼写形式最大程度上维持统一。也就是说，一个地名保持一种唯一的拼写形式。这种争论呢，持续了很多年。目前在中国，经过折中的大家的共识是这样的，就是自然地理实体的名称呢，一般应该使用汉语拼音来拼写，比如说山河湖海这些都只用汉语拼音拼写。但是人文地理实体名称，比如机场、车站、学校、医院、建筑物等等，他们的这个通名成分呢是可以意译的，因为呢，它们的主要的属性呢是设施，而不是地名。它尽管在某些场合下它会转化为地名，但是它的主要作用还是一种设施。所以呢，我觉得，在这一点上，我们两个国家的这个情况是有类似的地方。我想，自从联合国提出地名单一罗马化的主张，时间已经过去了半个世纪，但是呢，就是像诸如此类的学术问题，至少是在中国，大家还是在争论，所以呢，这也是刚才我的发言当中为什么说，就是希望咱们这个联合国地名专家组能够对这个地名单一罗马化这个学术研究方面呢，更做进一步的学术研究，然后更好的回应社会各个方面的疑问。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished expert, for this clarification. This is an important, extremely important topic, and we could have a lot of discussion about this. I recognize the distinguished expert of the Asia East Division other than China, Mr. Chu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the distinguished expert from Japan for reporting the new scheme of writing generic terms of Japanese geographical names. As far as I understand from this paper and presentation, due to the difficulty of satisfying both Japanese and non-Japanese users of geographical names, the Japanese government decided to go for a compromising scheme, either the substitution format or the addition format. The Republic of Korea has been experiencing the same problem of romanizing or translating generic terms, or both. The current position for the names of natural features shown in maps is to romanize generic terms, san for mountain, gang for river, and so on. But when including man-made features or cultural heritage sites, it is getting complicated, sometimes romanized, sometimes translated. When you consider that geographical names of the East Asian countries have been commonly influenced by use of Chinese letters, I believe it would be an idea to have an open forum of experts and related parties of these countries, Korea, Japan, and China, confirmed by the distinguished expert from China division, and share ideas on how to improve for a better method of writing generic systems, generic terms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, distinguished expert from the Asia East Division. Would you like to comment upon this, Mr. Nakamura, please?
I appreciate the constructive comment from the distinguished expert from Republic of Korea. I understand Japan and Republic of Korea have similar situation, and to exchange information is important to each other. There are various ways of various chances of information exchanges. Of course, this UNGEGN session, the merge of UNGEGN session is also appropriate, and also we have GSI and National Geographical Information Institute, Republic of Korea, hold an annual meeting mutually. It would be also a good opportunity of information exchange. Also, between Japan and China, we, GSI and National Geographical Authority of China, hold also an annual meeting. That would also be a good opportunity of information exchange. Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you very much, distinguished experts from Asia East Division. And I give the floor to the rapporteur, Ms. Catherine Cheetham, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting paper. I understand very well the intention to facilitate tourism ahead of the Olympics, and I understand all of the debates that have gone on behind that decision making. It's interesting to me to hear you using the term English language, but my sense is where you're saying English language, you mean international. So I'm wondering if you're going to produce materials in, for instance, a French language or Spanish language materials for the Olympics, what form would those geographical name translations take? Would they be Mont Fuji, Sierra Fuji, Jabal Fuji, or are you going to use Mount Fuji in all of those different language contexts? Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I pass this question on, please?
Thank you for your comment. For Olympics Games, Tokyo Metropolitan Government have actively preparing for the multilingual maps, and for English version, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government joined our advisory committee, and the English name is unified between GSI and the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, and Tokyo Metropolitan Government not only English but also French language, Spanish language, and Chinese language, and Korean language. They prepared 8 languages for the already prepared 8 languages, and we GSI unfortunately do not have much resources. So now this is a future challenges for us to how to convert uniformly for other languages. But now for us, we only English translation method we have decided. Is this answer your question?
Thank you. Thank you very much, distinguished experts. And I recognize the distinguished experts from the Arabic division. Please, we start with.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. J'ai une question et un petit commentaire en même temps. Est-ce que la démarche qui est préconisée pour les Jeux olympiques de 2020 n'est pas un peu en porte-à-faux avec les recommandations de Junung? Est-ce qu'il n'est pas en contradiction avec les recommandations du Junung, notamment concernant l'utilisation des exonymes et des endonymes? Les recommandations du Junung recommandent la diminution des exonymes et l'utilisation beaucoup plus des endonymes. Et dans le cas, comme c'est les Jeux olympiques, si on doit utiliser les exonymes, on doit utiliser en même temps l'endonyme et l'exonyme entre parenthèses, quelle que soit la langue de l'exonyme, c'est en espagnol, c'est en français, en anglais, en arabe. Est-ce que c'est pas un peu... elle ne suit pas exactement les recommandations du Junug? Je vous remercie.
Thank you, distinguished expert. May I pass this question on to Mr. Nakamura, please?
Thank you for your comment from the distinguished expert from Arabic division. The question is the English version and French version and Arabic version of Japanese name. Translation, English translation, French translation, Arabic translation is exonym, you mean. And you mean that original Japanese name should be used in the Olympic Games or for other purpose. Your question is that original Japanese name is used, not your question is? Sorry.
Thank you. Could I ask?
Because, sorry. For example, Fujisan is the original name of Japan, Japanese highest mountain, and you should do your comment is Mount Fuji, not Mount Fuji, but Fujisan is used for all over the world.
Could I ask Mr. Atui to clarify the question?
Non, c'est pas moi qui dis. Je dis les recommandations de l'ONU et de UNGEGN disent qu'il faut utiliser Fujisan que le nom du lieu, Fujisan. Et si je dois écrire en anglais, je dis Mont Fujisan, ou bien en français Mont Fujisan entre parenthèses, ou bien en arabe Jebel Fujisan entre parenthèses, mais je dois écrire Fujisan en caractère latin en premier et entre parenthèses l'exonyme. C'est l'endonyme qui doit être écrit en premier et entre parenthèses à côté ou au-dessous le nom dans la langue cible, que ce soit en espagnol, en français, en anglais, en arabe, etc. Mais ce n'est pas moi qui dis, je dis c'est les recommandations du Junug.
Was this question now clear?
Of course, we respect the. Of course, we respect the resolution of UNGEGN, and we remain the Roman characters, Roman pronunciation. Fujisan is remained in our gazetteer or yes, in the gazetteers, and also the guidebook will be used. Of course, Fujisan and Mount Fuji both is used, and we don't intend to abandon the Romanization script. We remain the Romanization script, but for foreign visitors to go smoothly. Smooth traveling, we Japanese government need to think the English or other multilingual expression is useful for foreign visitors. So we Japanese government actively activities, conduct activities to the multilingual policies. But of course, Romanization script is remained in our, for example, Gazetteer of Japan or something like that. Both is very useful.
Thank you very much for these explanations, Mr. Nakamura. And I see 2 raised hands. I give the floor first to the distinguished expert of the Dutch and German-speaking division, Mr. Jordan, who is the convener of the working group on exonyms, who is the right person to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As exonyms have been referred to in this discussion now, I would like to say that, of course, if the Japanese name is translated, even if the generic term is only translated into English, this creates an exonym. This creates an exonym because, and English is of course no well-established language in Japan, therefore an exonym is created. And in principle, it's not in line with the resolutions of the United Nations. This is very true, but it shows on the other hand that exonyms are needed and are useful. They are useful in tourism, for instance. They make cities, Japanese cities and Japanese places better accessible for tourists. And it's in the interest of tourism to use exonyms. It's obvious by the Japanese example. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these comments. And would you wish to add your comment, Mr. Nakamura? Oh,
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, to clarify the situation. And we intend, yes, the translation of English Japanese original Japanese name into English that is exonym we recognize, but it is very useful for tourism to go smoothly travel in Japan. So this time we proceed to translate the original Japanese name to other countries, especially in English.
Thank you very much for these comments, distinguished expert. And before we close, I give the floor to one more expert, distinguished expert from the Arabic division. You have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. في الحقيقة يعني يجب ألا نخلط ما بين تحويل الأحرف من لغة إلى أخرى وما بين ترجمة الكلمات أو الأسماء. وأنا باعتقادي بأن ليس لكل اسم ترجمة، وهناك ربما يكون قليل من الكلمات يمكن ترجمتها من لغة إلى أخرى، إلا أن الترجمة من لغة إلى أخرى قد تفقد الاسم أهميته وارتباطه بالبيئة التي خرج منها. ومن هنا أنا أتفق مع زميلي الأستاذ إبراهيم بأنه ربما يكون من الأفضل الحفاظ على الاسم الأصلي للكلمة دون ترجمة، وإذا كان هناك ضرورة لتبيان معنى هذه الأسماء يمكن وضعها بين قوسين حتى تبين معنى أو مضمون هذا الاسم، لأن ترجمة الاسم من لغة إلى أخرى ينقلها من بيئة جغرافية وثقافية إلى بيئة أخرى قد لا تكون متوافقة معها تماما. وشكرا.
Thank you for these comments, distinguished expert of the Arabic division. Would you wish to make your comment also, Mr. Nakamura? Distinguished expert, please.
If we take additional format, the original Japanese names and remained and also we can specify the types of names, mount or rivers, or if we if we take addition format, the name became long and redundant. The meaning is has redundant. So and in Japan, that for example, Fujisan is in addition format Mount Fujisan, but Mount Fuji is very widely used in all over the world. So and also the other English name by institution, substitution format is widely used, already widely used in Japan. So sorry, this time we take substitution format to easily travel in Japan. But I understand your opinions. The original Japanese name is should be remained. So in actually among advisory committee we said there are many opinions, and addition format there are some experts said addition format should be selected, but finally for redundancy of the meaning and easy to easier to understand and easier to remember, we basically take the substitution format. But of course, we remain the original names, original pronunciation in the Gazetteer of Japan. The original name, Fujisan, for example, is very important. And yes, we think. But I understand your opinions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for these comments, distinguished expert of the Asia East Division. And this is a very important topic and very practical one, which applies not only to East Asian languages, but many other languages as well, for countries with a lot of tourists coming in and wanting to know where they are going and where they are heading. So thank you for bringing up this topic to this meeting. I think we can thus briefly return to the working group items on working group on Romanization system, general goals, and may I say that we have 30 approved systems and 15 scripts and languages which are still on our agenda. But this is only numerically speaking, and the numbers in this case are deceptive, because many of the 30 systems have never been implemented or are not implemented anymore. So our challenge is to find ways to encourage countries to work out and submit these systems for our consideration. And we need to find national authorities who have the power and desire to work out such systems and implement these. I should add that we have a working group meeting on Friday at 12:15. So all interested experts are invited to this working meeting, and indeed to join the working group as well if you are interested. So by that I would like to conclude this consideration of agenda item 11. And distinguished delegates, we will now take up agenda item 12, activities relating to the working group on country names. I invite the convener of the working group, Ms. Elisabeth Calvarin, from France to come to the podium, preside over this aspect of our proceedings. But before we do that, just a moment. We adjourn this meeting for a coffee break for 15 minutes and then continue with country names working group. Thank you very much. The meeting is suspended for 15 minutes.
S'il vous plaît, les représentants, les délégués, nous allons ouvrir la séance. S'il vous plaît, regagnez vos places.
Shall I announce? Okay.
La séance est ouverte. Bonjour, distingués délégués. Le groupe de travail relatif au nom de pays a pour rapporteur Monsieur Anthony, qui est notre collègue britannique. Distingués délégués, c'est un honneur pour le groupe de travail des noms de pays d'être présidé depuis 2004 par Léo Dillon, États-Unis d'Amérique. Très pris par ses préoccupations, il a souhaité se dédoubler. Et c'est ainsi qu'au cours de l'année 2015, n'ayant guère de contraintes, j'ai proposé mes services. Services que le groupe de travail a bien voulu accepter. Et je vous remercie infiniment de me permettre de soulager Léo. Nous sommes donc conjointement présidents de ce groupe de travail. L'objectif principal de ce groupe est de développer et de maintenir une liste des noms de tous les pays dans le monde reconnus par les Nations Unies, dans la langue ou les langues utilisées officiellement ou administrativement dans chaque pays. Puis, l'on présente une liste complète, révisée de ce document à chaque conférence sur la normalisation des noms géographiques. Mettre à jour un tel document est une rude entreprise qui demande beaucoup de disponibilité et de rigueur. Et Catherine Chittam en sait quelque chose. Je la remercie particulièrement pour le soin apporté au document jusqu'à présent et encore maintenant. Cela posé, c'est avec plaisir que j'ouvre l'item 8, donc relatif au groupe de travail nom de pays, qui propose deux documents, l'un de présentation et l'autre à titre informatif. Le premier document de présentation, numéro WP57, Exonyms and endonyms in country names used in Brazil, préparé par l'équipe de l'IBGE, et j'appelle la représentante de la division lusophone à nous présenter le document. Anna Christina, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Madam Convener. Oh, I'd like to have my presentation. Is it possible? The presentation, I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Oui, bien sûr. Je vais demander au secrétariat s'il est possible de mettre à l'écran cette présentation.
Thank you. Can I tell you when to pass the slides? No? Thank you. So, well, good morning. As Madame said, my name is Ana Cristina Rezende, and I work at the Reference Center on Geographical Names of the Coordination of Cartography of the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, the IBG, the institution which deals with geographical names in Brazil. Next, please. Well, the geographical names in Brazil are dealt with within the framework of the National Cartographic System. The IBG is in the operational level, collecting, treating, and standardizing the geographical names in the Reference Center on Geographical Names. In the legal level, there is the Committee on Geographical Names within the framework of the National Cartographic Commission. Next, please. Well, the list of country names is being prepared as a first step of the list of exonyms. The list has just been concluded and will, in this first moment, be adopted by the IBG in all its products. And when I come back to Brazil, the list will be discussed with other institutions, mainly the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Committee on Geographical Names. Only after this discussion, the list can be called a Brazilian list of country names, to be used by the official institutions and the society in general. At this moment, it is still the list of country names of the IBG. Because it is expected to be used in general context, it not only contains the names of the UN country members, but also the names of constituent countries and names of countries not recognized neither by Brazil nor the UN. The objectives of our work was to achieve one single form for each country name, and to reduce the use of exonyms. Next, please. So the list was prepared seeking a sensible approach to the use of exonyms and endonyms, seeking a balance between the need to reduce exonyms for the sake of international communication and the need to respect the Brazilian cultural identity and cultural heritage. So traditional exonyms were not altered, except on the request of countries to be referred to by the endonym in all occasions. This is the first criteria we consider to choose between the two forms, right, if there is a request, a formal request. Other criteria involve the use of exonyms in the existence of political and or ethnic conflict within the country, when an exonym would be preferred. Then we consider the traditional use and semantic and phonetic aspects. So the traditional exonyms were not altered. And well, as for the semantic aspect, if an endonym is similar or equal in form, for example, to a derogatory word in Portuguese, it's not to be adopted, of course. Also, endonyms which present difficulties of pronunciation to the Brazilian speakers of Portuguese were not preferred. And if the spelling of the endonym is too unfamiliar to Brazilians, the exonym was preferred. However, in some cases, suffering minor changes, to approximate them to the endonym in form or in pronunciation. Oh, it works. To carry out the necessary studies for the preparation of the list, we used a single sheet containing forms of the country names as used by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs nowadays, short and long forms. Information on whether this form is an exonym or not, other forms used in Portuguese as used in Brazil by other institutions, by the media, and forms recommended by grammarians and scholars, endonyms, Romanized when this is the case, in all the official languages of the country, short and long forms as presented in the last version of the UNGEGN list of country names. Also, the form proposed for the country name on the new list, accompanied by the article when it is used. There was there was a room for observations, mainly country requests for the use of the endonyms in all references to them, existence of internal ethnic or political conflicts in the country, other particularities which could indicate the most adequate form of a country name to use. The exonyms were divided into categories in order to allow coherent decision-making in cases belonging to a similar or equal context. However, all names were examined individually. It is worth noticing that the names described in Resolution 19 of the Third Conference were not considered exonyms, and that traditional exonyms, established by a criteria involving name length and consistent use, were not considered for possible changes. Although the UNGEGN recommends the adoption of endonyms for new countries, we have identified some challenges for this practice. Well, some suffixes, such as land and quistão, quistão, both meaning land of, have very strong forms adapted to the Portuguese in Brazil. Land has become lanja and has already been incorporated to the repertoire of the language for the formation of nouns. So we have words like Cracolândia, which means the place where people gather to smoke crack, for example. And this is the land of those who smoke crack. This is true. The same happens with the suffix quistão. So I took as example here the name Swaziland, which is a country that has more recent relationships with Brazil. So to which we could make a minor alteration to approximate the form of the exonym to the endonym, not at all aggressive to the current spelling of Portuguese, since the W was reintegrated to our alphabet. But nothing could be done about the suffix. It's useless to try to establish Swaziland because people will say Swazilandia and will spell it that way, will write it that way. So we would be creating more confusion. We would be creating two different forms, which is not the objective. Also, the M or N and final position after vowel A is also a challenge, since there's no difference in the pronunciation of the two consonants in this case. They just produce the nasalization of the vowel and are used rather arbitrarily in our Portuguese. So it's like if you say oma, oman, and omam, there's no such difference. If you use the diacritic, it will be like oman, and that's it, just a nasalization. There's no difference between oman and omam, for example. So in these cases, we chose to adopt the form after the traditional name Ira, so as to avoid undesirable spelling variations, because if we try with an N, or if we try to introduce the N, people would probably write it, spell it with M or with a diacritic, and then we would have a lot of confusion. So finally, whenever the spelling of the endonym is not acceptable in Portuguese for a number of reasons, we choose to use spellings whose pronunciation is closer or very similar to the pronunciation of endonyms, or to the pronunciation of the name in other UN official languages, keeping international communication in mind. So Cambodia, for example, for us, we wrote Cambodia with just a J in the beginning, but we realized that the other languages they all used the J sound. And this reflects also the pronunciation of the Romanized form. So we decided to insert this D, to decide for this D. Actually, there was all the forms coexisted: Cambodia, Cambodia, and Cambodia. So we decided for the last one. So here are some figures which reflects the word so far. Out of 203 names, 47 remained exonyms and 53 are endonyms, of which 11% of the 203 are toponyms described in Resolution 19 of the Third Conference, and 6% of the total are exonyms which differ in spelling from the endonym, but whose pronunciation is similar to the endonym. Could perhaps call them axographs. 18 country names which were used in multiple forms were standardized, which makes about 15.5%. And there was 5.6% reduction in the use of endonyms. There are also 3 or 4 names which are being considered for the use of endonyms too, but still depending on the discussion which will take place next. Well, I could speak for hours here, but there's always so much to say about this subject, but this is all for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Je vous remercie. Avant de donner la parole à l'Assemblée, je souhaite vous dire que je trouve cette étude originale dans la recherche de l'équilibre des noms de pays en tant qu'exonymes et endonymes conformément à l'usage du public, donc dans le respect de l'usage du public. Je trouve vraiment cela fort intéressant et original. Maintenant, y a-t-il des questions, des observations, des réactions dans la salle? C'est là. Oui, le représentant de la division allemande et germanique.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I thank you also for this very profound and interesting paper on the use of exonyms with state names in Brazil. You presented, I think you mentioned a number of different criteria along which you establish this selection. One of the criteria were the traditional relations of Brazil, so the network of cultural, political, economic, and other historical relations. And then you mentioned also some linguistic criteria, the proximity of languages, the easiness to pronounce a certain name. And you mentioned also a criterion which was titled "The Request of a Certain Country, of a donor country." Does it mean that you follow the request in every case, in every single case? Thank you.
Je vous remercie. La représentante de la division lusophone, pouvez-vous répondre?
Thank you. Well, all that we got notice of we in IBGE got notice of, and that's why it's going to be discussed with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The idea is to cater to the requests as much as possible, but this is all dependent very much on what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has to say about it. It's not for us. I'm just a linguist. I cannot decide exactly on that, but we try to do that. Okay, does it answer your question?
Merci pour cette réponse. Autre question? Oui, le représentant de la division de l'Asie du Sud-Ouest.
Yes, I changed the division. I've got two questions. Is there any substantial difference between the Portuguese used in Brazil and in Portugal as far as the country names are concerned? And also said connection with the previous question, the endonyms of the countries, like I'm from the Foreign Ministry, and you know the case of Cabo Verde. Now Cabo Verde wants to use as country name the endonym, and they notify this by a not verbal. Now Cabo Verde is written with C, but then should we write it in Turkish with K? I mean, that's a question for us now, like in Russian. And as a foreign ministry, we haven't decided on this issue yet, but probably we'll change it to K. I mean, would that be acceptable, from a Portuguese point of view in Latin? Thank you.
Je vous remercie pour cette remarque, monsieur. La représentante de la division lusophone peut-elle répondre?
Well, I'll try first to answer about the Cabo Verde. Well, actually for us, Cabo Verde, we use it's Portuguese, they speak Portuguese, so we always use the endonym. We didn't have to touch this name, we didn't have to work with this name. But, well, using the K, I don't know about them, but for import, there are differences, but I don't think, let me think. Well, the K will constitute using the K, you will be creating an exonym for sure. But I believe this has more to do with cultural identity more than with the language itself. So I cannot answer for Cabo Verde, right? The sound would be the same. In terms of Portuguese, I can answer that. The sound is the same. But in terms of cultural identity, I have no means to help you with this, I believe. Well, about the first question, yes, there are considerable differences, especially relating to the Portuguese names of countries in Portugal. They use very different, they tend to adopt exonyms in a very different way from ours. They sometimes translate many of the names, or they tend to make an adaptation of what is perceived in terms of that name phonetically. So now I cannot think of any. Can you think of any, Paulo, any example of Portuguese, for Portuguese country name that is very different from ours? Those cities, well, at least we can say about cities, like they have, as I said. Yes, but Munique is the same, right? Ah, yes. So mention Munique in Brazilian Portuguese, they would say Munchão. It's very different from ours. So their position is very different. With Grand Canyon, for example, they say Grande Canhão. It's an adaptation, has nothing to do with the meaning. So it's not exactly a translation, but a phonetic, it's what they say, they hear it, the way they perceive, and they say the name. So it's a very different position from ours. I hope I have answered your question.
Merci pour cette réponse. Je souhaiterais apporter peut-être une précision vis-à-vis de notre liste des noms de pays. Chaque nom de pays est déposé par le pays lui-même dans sa langue locale et dans les 6 langues des Nations Unies. Donc, ce que vous nous expliquez, Madame, en fait, c'est surtout l'utilisation, l'usage que la population en fait ici au Brésil, chez vous. Donc. En revanche, pour le Cap-Vert, le Cabo Verde, l'utilisation internationale est déposée par votre pays, dans le pays du Cabo Verde. Donc, nous utilisons internationalement dans les 6 langues ce nom de pays. Y a-t-il d'autres questions dans la salle? Non. Eh bien, nous allons passer au document suivant, qui est un document à titre informatif. Il s'agit du document WP74, Names of countries as presented on websites of United Nations Specialized Agencies. Ce document est préparé par Trent Palmer de l'US Board of Geographic Names, le BGN des États-Unis, et je l'invite à prendre la parole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not expect to present, but I just invite any comments or questions on this paper. I found it enjoyable to do this investigation and see what was used on these various sites. Obviously, you could apply it to larger number of UN-related groups. It wasn't to point fingers or anything, but just sort of as a academic exercise to see, what you might think would be a very simple set of names to standardize. You still find quite a variation in usage, and the reasons for that are numerous. Some intentional, probably some not. Maybe all non-intentional. But thank you. I invite any questions or comments.
Je vous remercie pour cette présentation. Ce document met en parallèle les noms de pays utilisés dans une quinzaine de services des Nations Unies. C'est vraiment intéressant. J'ai apprécié votre document. Il met également en valeur les noms utilisés en cartographie et les noms utilisés en linguistique, c'est-à-dire donc dans une phrase, ce qui fait ressortir l'article interne des noms de pays, à l'exception près d'un pays qui s'appelle les Bahamas, The Bahamas, qui a, lui, une partie, qui a un article intégrant dans le nom. Donc, l'usage lui fait prendre une majuscule. C'est vraiment intéressant de voir cette étude universitaire, même si elle est en parallèle à notre groupe de travail. J'invite l'Assemblée à poser des questions, des réactions, des commentaires. Pas de commentaires. Alors, l'item 12 est considéré. Ah. Si. Ah. La division romano-hellénique, le représentant.
Madam Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. It's just to make a very brief and short comment to the paper of Mr. Palmer, which firstly I would like to warmly thank for this very interesting work that he has prepared for us, and which indicates inter alia that in some cases there are differing practices between different United Nations specialized agencies concerning the naming of certain countries. With regard to this particular point, I would like to observe that a more uniform relevant practice of these agencies should be pursued in accordance with the practice of the mother organization, meaning the United Nations, and in line with the general principle of standardization that is guiding our work, especially in cases that there are specific reasons to do so, like the existence of relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions dictating a certain terminology. Thank you very much.
Je vous remercie de cette réflexion. Nous pourrons continuer à en débattre si vous le voulez bien, en vous donnant rendez-vous pour notre atelier. Une autre question, oui, donc le représentant.
Asia Southwest again.
Ah, okay.
Yes. But I would like to offer some information on the work we have done on the country names in Turkey, especially since the Turkish national report seems to be, missing somehow on the lines, and it's not reflected in the division reports. But before that, allow me to offer some information on the translation department, which I am heading and participating for the first time in the UNGEGN session. This department was founded about 5 years ago to do basically the legal translation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the public diplomacy documents. Now it has grown a little bit, and we have 25 personnel covering 6 languages. Also, we are part of the Turkish Board of Experts for Geographical Names of Turkey. This board had prepared the first list of country names and published it beginning of 2012. Since then, last year, we took up the working group on Turkish exonyms of country names and capitals. We have updated the list and published in the web page of the Foreign Ministry. If you visit the www.mfa.gov.tr, there's a foreign Affairs Terminology section, and it is published there, and it is updated. Naturally, there were reasons, for updating. For instance, Hungary had changed the name. As we mentioned before, Cabo Verde was another issue. Concerning the country name used for the island of Cyprus in the documents, the position as expressed on previous occasion remains the same. And let me state in this connection that the country name used for the island of Cyprus in the document of this meeting, specifically in working paper number 49/4, should in no way be construed as a single authority representing the island as a whole. Therefore, our approval of this or other documents by the meeting neither forms recognition of the Greek Cypriot administration nor prejudices Turkey's rights and obligations emanating from the Treaty of Guarantee, the Treaty of Alliance, or the Treaty of Establishment of 1960, and I will request the chair of the session that this statement is reflected in the official records of the meeting. Terminology is an important part of our department. As said, there are 18 terminology lists, and exonyms are also in there. Incidentally, probably by our mistake, the Turkish, the formal name of Turkey in the UNGEGN list probably is not very correct because it is written as Republic Turk, but I understand that the Republic of Turkey should be written as République de Turquie in French. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur, pour ces informations. Nous en prenons bonne note. Concernant le nom de votre pays, il est déposé par votre pays au service du protocole qui nous donne des informations via le service de terminologie des Nations Unies. Donc, c'est ce service-là qu'il faut informer si vous souhaitez qu'en français, le nom de votre pays évolue. Nous devons suivre le protocole, suivre ce chemin administratif. Y a-t-il d'autres questions dans la salle? Oui, la division arabe.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais poser une question, Monsieur le représentant de la Turquie. Dans l'écriture des noms des pays issus de caractères non latins, est-ce qu'ils suivent des systèmes de translittération ou bien uniquement des systèmes de transcription? Je vous remercie.
Merci, le représentant de la division arabe. Pouvez-vous répondre, monsieur?
Well, as Foreign Ministry, how to write the names written other than, Latin from different languages, we usually consult the, not usually, but all the time, consult the official authorities of the countries and rely on the information we receive from these countries. So as it is written in the official documents of the country, in a formal form, in that format is usually adopted, by us. So we instruct our representations in foreign countries to contact officially the foreign ministries usually of the countries, and according to their advice, we include them in our list. So that is the practice we are applying at the moment. Thank you.
Je vous remercie pour cet éclaircissement. Autre question? Oui, la division romano-hellénique, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Republic of Cyprus, I would like to express once again my strong objection about the comments and the reference given by our friend from Turkey, from the Republic of Turkey. Of course, once again, I have to say that the Republic of Cyprus is recognized by the whole world. It's a member, the Republic of Cyprus is a member of the United Nations, it's a member of the European Union. There is no objection by any country about this, except Turkey for obvious reasons. And I find it irrelevant for the distinguished delegate of Turkey to refer to this specific document, WP 49.4, and irrelevant to express, to refer to Cyprus as the Cyprus Greek administration in quotes. The official name of Cyprus is Republic of Cyprus. The name in Turkish is also respected, which is Kypris. Thank you very much.
Merci, monsieur. Autre question? Non, apparemment il n'y en a plus. Alors, l'item 12 est achevé. Je vous donne rendez-vous pour continuer ces débats, si vous le souhaitez, donc à notre atelier sur les noms de pays à midi, dans la salle E. Et maintenant, je m'adresse de façon plus formelle en laissant la parole au prochain groupe de travail qui est l'item 13 relatif à la publicité et au fonds. Monsieur Peter Gameltoff n'étant pas ici, je m'adresse au président de notre groupe d'experts pour savoir qui peut présider. Ah, c'est Catherine Chitam. Donc, si vous voulez bien venir prendre la parole.
Okay, thank you very much. For the consideration of this item, the group of experts has before it information document WP 62/9, outreach activities for promoting a wider use of marine geographical names submitted by Republic of Korea. That one will be for information only. There are 3 documents that we will be presenting. First of all, I would like to comment on Elizabeth's kind introduction. As you see, I'm not Peder Gameltoft. Those who are particularly keen of eye may have noticed this already. He's suffering some ill health, so I would like to take this opportunity to wish him well, and I hope you will join me in doing that too. In the hope that he might possibly be watching us, I would like to say hello, Peder. It may not possibly be appropriate to start referring to the fact that we are live streaming, but if there is any point in our session that it is appropriate to do that, I would venture that it is the session on publicity and funding, that we can draw attention to ourselves and promote ourselves just a little bit. So I will try and do justice to the working group session. Those who know Peder will know that my English is sadly lacking in comparison to his, but I will do my very best. And many thanks to the regular rapporteur for this working group, Gerhard Rampel, for joining me here. Thank you. I've referred to the YouTube channel that we have running for this session, I think for the first time, which is obviously a very positive development in the facilitation of our publicity. And indeed, I have some early viewing figures, thanks to my esteemed predecessor as the chair of the United Kingdom division, Mr. Paul Woodman. He's perhaps our biggest fan on the live streaming, and he has very kindly provided me with some webcast viewing figures for Monday and Tuesday. On Monday, the total number of viewing hits for the day was 136. The average viewing numbers at any one time, about 9. So there is room for improvement, but anyway, this is a start. And yesterday we went up a little bit. The total number of viewing hits for the day was 164. The average number of viewers at any one time, about 10, and the maximum number of viewers at any one time was 14. So we perhaps are starting fairly slowly, but these are very useful steps to be making. Equally, the activity on Twitter, there has been a little bit. I don't know if you've had a chance to look, but it is worth taking a look. The handle that Cecile kindly drew our attention to, it seems to be rather underused for the moment, but if you do a search for simply UNGEGN, there are a fair number of people who have tweeted about the session. And although myself, I am very reluctant Twitter user, tweeting possibly once every 3 or 4 months, I will make a particular point to make a tweet on this topic while we're here. So publicity, of course, it doesn't need to be technological. And indeed, in Cecile's presentation on Monday, she advocated that we all take the opportunity to advocate the work of UNGEGN, be it the members of the Bureau, the conveners of the working groups, that they take opportunities to speak for UNGEGN and to promote its work. But of course, it's absolutely in the power of all of the experts gathered here to take all of these opportunities as well to promote and publicise the work of UNGEGN. So in this session, as I said, we'll hear some specific activities, and with your permission, I'll present first the working group report before moving to the remaining 2 papers. So working paper number 75/13 Rev 1, the activities relating to the working group on publicity and funding report. Forgive me as I'll read this, and I will certainly want to direct any questions to Peder rather than trying to take them on myself. But I will happily run through this report. The aims of the working group on publicity and funding. The group was established following the 6th UN Conference on the Standardization of Geographical Names in 1992, and the working group on publicity and funding aims to make the activities of the UNGEGN more visible and, where appropriate, to seek or help identify funds to support. There are a number of bullet points here, and these are the particular aims that are highlighted. Publication and dissemination of material relevant to the advancement of geographical name standardization, the provision of training for the development and management of geographical names administration, the establishment of names authorities, and the participation of delegates in UNGEGN events and activities. There have been some meetings of this working group since our past session. These meetings have been held jointly with the working group on evaluation and implementation. That's a partnership that goes back some years, and it's one that works very well. In addition to the joint meeting at the 28th session in New York in April 2014, there was a follow-up meeting in conjunction with the working group on geographical names as cultural heritage and the working group on evaluation and implementation and the Northern Division as well. Those groups together met in Copenhagen last September. A total of 13 delegates attended the 2014 meeting in New York, whereas 24 working group members and 7 observers participated in the joint working group meeting in Copenhagen. There will be no joint meeting of the working group on evaluation and implementation and on publicity and funding at this present session due to, as I've mentioned, Peder's ill health. A meeting of the 2 working groups, however, is planned for spring 2017. On press and publicity, there was a press release put out for the opening of the 28th UNGEGN session that was entitled Benefits of Standardizing Geographical Names to be Discussed as Expert Group Opens 28th Session at Headquarter. This is the reporting speak that I've adopted. As was a press release published at the end of that session, importance of standardizing geographical names stressed as experts conclude 28th session at headquarters. Both press releases were prepared by Mr. Gameltoft, and they highlighted both the importance of the availability of accurate nationally approved geographical names as being essential to national and international communication, as well as the safe storage and updating of authoritative standardized digital geographical names, and how best to disseminate such data for the benefit of a broad spectrum of users, from citizens to government and non-governmental organizations. There is, of course, the UNGEGN Media Kit, having been available since early 2011. The Media Kit has been continuously updated since August 2013, and we are to thank the former UNGEGN president, Ms. Helen Kerfoot, for undertaking this task. In addition, the working group encourages countries and experts who would like to translate the Media Kit to do so. We've heard already in the course of this session that there is a translation of the Media Kit in Portuguese now. However, owing to financial constraints, the UNGEGN Secretariat does not print translated versions, but are willing to make them available online. Helen has confirmed to me this week as well that the kit is ready and available for those who would like to use it, so I would warmly encourage you to make use of that availability. The UNGEGN Information Bulletin is being published biannually and informs UNGEGN experts about current and coming items of interest to the organisation. There are, according to the UNGEGN Secretariat, in excess of 700 people and institutions on the mailing list. A major update with the intention to modernise the style of the bulletin was effectuated with the 47th issue in September 2014. In addition to the current content of the bulletin, news from the UNGEGN Secretariat, divisions, working groups, as well as individual countries, the bulletin now also explores a theme relevant to the work of UNGEGN. This has been ongoing for the last 2 issues, the 48th and the 49th. In order to secure the quality and readability of the content of the bulletin, the Secretariat and the Working Group on Publicity and Funding now also submits the bulletin to thorough proofreading. On the UNGEGN website, that's generally in good shape. Since the last report, sections of the website have been updated, such as the working groups section, and experts are encouraged to check if the information relating to their divisions or their national information or their working group affiliations is all up to date. Wikipedia information, the working group has taken on the task of updating Wikipedia pages on UNGEGN, and since the past session, the former delegate from the Dutch German-speaking division, Mr. Bergman, has kindly updated the entries for English, German and Russian, and there have been a number of other minor revisions since then. On conference activities, UNGEGN material was distributed at the 25th ICOS Congress in Glasgow, held in August 2014, and the convener, Mr. Gameltoft, was present at that ICOS Congress as the keynote speaker. In addition, UNGEGN brochures have been distributed at the joint ICA Working Group and IGU Commission on Toponymy meetings in Rome, that we've heard a number of times mentioned already. That was held in November 2014. The International Scientific Symposium on Place Names as Intangible Cultural Heritage, held in Florence in March last year, as well as the 2015 International Symposium on Place Names, Diversity and Heritage, held last September in Clarence in Free State Province, South Africa. On the difficult topic of funding, noting in particular the need for funding, the working group has continued to assist in finding financial support for representatives of developing countries attending the 29th session of UNGEGN here. In addition, there has been a workshop on geographical names held in Tunis. We've also heard significantly about that, organised by CNCT and UNGEGN. And for further information, you can turn to WP 33/8. As I've already alluded to, there is a new rapporteur of our working group. Since Mr. Hubert Bergman from Austria had to stand down as the rapporteur of this working group as well as of the working group on evaluation and implementation, two working groups were without a rapporteur in 2014. Fortunately, Mr. Gerhard Rampel from Austria as well has kindly accepted to be the rapporteur for the two working groups, and we warmly welcome Mr. Rampel to our midst. On the 11th UN conference, scheduled for next year, in preparation for that conference, the working group reminds the group of experts that any new proposals for major publications or training events should be presented to the conference through a resolution prepared in consultation with the working group on publicity and funding. So drawing these points to a concluding summary, the report highlights the aims and activities of the working group in raising awareness of the need for geographical name standardization and the work of the group of experts, particularly in advancing the digital presence of UNGEGN through presence on the web and social media and an updated media kit. The report also highlights efforts to find financial support for training and for representatives from developing countries attending UNGEGN sessions. So, as I say, in the absence of the convener, I certainly won't be able to answer any detailed questions that you have, but please voice these and we will either convey these to the convener or I will look to my right and ask Cecile for any assistance. So I open the floor to any comments or questions. I see one question from the USA-Canada division.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And our greetings also to Mr. Gameltoft, if he's watching us at the moment. I just wanted to comment again about our need to promote awareness of the general public and of government departments in the standardization of geographical names. And you already mentioned about the media kit. I thought perhaps I would add a word too, that there are two sets of brochures available. One that we created, or this working group created several years ago, to tell people of the value of standardization of geographical names and the economic implications if you don't standardize them. This is available in the 6 UN languages. And a second brochure, which is indicating how names can be keys to accessing other digital data. And this is available in the 6 UN languages. And these can be accessed on the UNGEGN website. And also Ms. Blake has had copies of these made available, and they have been on the tables outside. I don't know if the copies are exhausted yet, but they are very useful to refer to and to be able to hand out when you're back home to help promote the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that useful expanded information.
clearly with these pieces of materials already for your adoption, the task is quite a simple one for you to publicise and promote the work of UNGEGN. Thank you very much, Helen. Are there any other questions?
Asia East.
Asia East other than China. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In addition to the former chair's comment and proposal, I want to propose that a special issue can be adopted by the bulletin, which is on the publicity focus. And the title may be Place Names to the Public, and some details will be extended by the next two papers by the Republic of Korea. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that very nice suggestion. I will pass that one to Mr. Gameltoft to discuss with Cecile for the upcoming edition. Thank you. Are there any other points? If no, let's move to the next paper. That's WP 66/13, Activating the World Geographical Names Day. And I will turn to the Asia East other than China division for the presentation of that report. Thank you.
Could you clarify which paper comes at this time, is at this moment, 61 or 66?
Since they're both your papers, it's your choice. I said 66.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the resolution 9/7 adopted by UNGEGN noted, it is a very important task for governmental authorities to provide information on the origins and meanings of geographical names. Also nowadays, promoting public awareness of place names is another very important task. NGII, the National Geographic Institute, the National Mapping Agency in the Republic of Korea, has tried to provide information on geographical names and increase public awareness on geographical names, which have been implemented by various initiatives. First of all, the NGII has published a series of books on the origins and meanings of geographical names in the Republic of Korea. The publication of these books was a massive work in terms of the time and resources. The origin and meanings of geographical names needed a meticulous examination of historical text and old maps. NGII began this ambitious work and has published the series of books titled The Origins of Place Names in the Republic of Korea from 2008 to 2011. These books are in Korean language. The books introduce official names, other popular names, tales related to names, the change of names with old maps and other reference texts. NGII has distributed these books to governmental bodies, local authorities, academic societies, and major libraries. The book can be accessed through a gateway portal of NGII homepage, but most importantly, I want to stress here, the contents of the books are provided to major commercial internet search engine services for free. So people can find the origins and place names through simple internet search, which greatly increased the accessibility to the information of geographical names. In a globalized world, providing the origins and meanings of place names should not be limited to domestic audience. In 2015, NGII initiated a new project to publish a place name book named People, Places, and Places Names in the Republic of Korea for foreigners. This project was designed to help foreigners to correctly read and understand Korean geographical names. Also, another purpose of this book was introducing rich Korean culture and historical heritage represented in geographical names. Given that existing books that focus on etymologies of place names are somewhat hard and long and boring and could not attract interest of general public, this book had to be filled with fresh new attempts. Diverse sources of materials were used to explain geographical names, for example, in cliché, pop song, photos and pictures, folklore tales and movies, and similar naming practices in other countries. So if you are interested in this new style place name book, please contact me and give your address, and later I will send the hard copy of this book to you. When it comes to the task of raising public awareness of geographical names, it is very important to develop a good method to approach to the general public. To date, NGI has devised and implemented new and insightful measures according to the expected audiences. In the last several years, NGI has released a media coverage about the place names related to Korean zodiac of the year. From 2010 to 2016, place names originated from tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, and monkey in 2016 have been researched and released through major broadcasting system and newspapers. The media coverage of place names of a zodiac of the year received much interest and became an expected routine for New Year. So the process of finding place names of a zodiac and the example of media coverage you can see at the exhibition place over there. And finally, to raise the awareness of place names, several public participation activities have been designed and implemented too, which has successfully elicited public participation. For example, in 2015, NGII hosted a competition of UCC, user-created content, and developing games for kids. With regard to UCC competition, individuals and teams were encouraged to participate in the competition with items about how to help people correctly use place names or how to enhance public awareness on the value of place names. When it comes to the competition of developing games for toponymy education, many teams created very interesting board games for kids to study the origins and meanings of place names simply by playing the game. To date, NGII as a national mapping agency has tried to do its duty of disseminating the information on geographical names. In addition, NGII has initiated creative programs to increase the public awareness on place names. Building on the existing achievements, NGII will expand its agendas as well as maintaining current successful programs. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for this very informative account. These activities are indeed very impressive. I have been lucky enough to see some of the pages of your new style book, and I know a tremendous amount of work has gone into its production, and I congratulate that very warmly. I would like to invite any other questions or specific points on that paper. If there are none, I will hand straight back to the... Oh, there is one. I don't see it. From the Africa East Division.
Africa South Division. My name is Poza from Botswana. Just out of curiosity, as individual member states of UN, we have got standard bodies in our countries. Like in Botswana, we have got Botswana Bureau of Standards. How do we link with these bodies as we work and do these activities to standardize national or hence international standards? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's perhaps a question for the regular convener, or perhaps Cecile would want to say something about that. Otherwise, I will convey that question to the convener. Thank you. Are there any other specific questions on the paper? Yes, back to the Africa South Division.
Thank you. My question is not directed to the current paper that we are discussing right now. The question is directed to paper 75/13, reference number 1. Under funding, you know, it has come to my notice that if you look around here, you find that there are so many seats that are just, you know, empty. Now, what comes to my mind is that maybe the delegates are not here because they did not have the funding maybe to attend. So my question is, what is, you know, what are we doing in terms of funding, maybe to try and help, you know, those ones who do not, you know, have the money to come down here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. This is certainly a question for the Secretariat. My understanding is that there has been some support to a number of current participants at this session, funding support, both from the Secretariat and from certain other sponsoring bodies, including perhaps some of the divisions. I don't know if Cecile wants to say anything further about that.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. Stefan, earlier when, well, the director of UNSD, he actually spoke to funding when he was here. And funding is challenging, and all countries at the national, regional, and of course also we at the global level, because of course our work is supported by the contributions of member states, and funding is a challenge. The UNSD has over the years tried to support member states in attending sessions, and for this session we were able to sponsor 4 countries. I know that the committee on the working group, on publicity and funding has always tried, and I think Elizabeth from France did support 2 or 3 countries, Elizabeth?
Oui, merci Cécile de me donner la parole. En effet, l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie a trouvé des fonds pour 2 experts de l'Afrique, notamment pour l'Afrique occidentale et pour le Maghreb. Nous avons ces fonds, nous les avons très bien reçus. Cependant, il existe une autre question sous-jacente, celle de l'obtention du visa pour venir dans ces pays, enfin dans ces sessions. Et également, il y a le problème des problèmes socio-politiques à l'intérieur des États. Je pense par exemple au Burkina Faso ou en Tunisie. Il y a à l'heure actuelle malheureusement de très gros problèmes politiques, gouvernementaux, et à la suite de ces problèmes, les 2 experts que nous pouvions financer, obtenir, où nous avions eu des financements, n'ont pas pu venir à cause de ces problèmes-là. Donc il faut tenir compte aussi de ces 2 options. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much for these comments. With that, I think everyone is looking quite hungry. It's probably time to adjourn, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. It's my turn for the gavel. The meeting is adjourned. Distinguished experts, I would like to call to order the 6th meeting of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names. Proper moment. The group of experts continues its consideration on agenda item 13, activities relating to the working group on publicity and funding, and I invite further comments or questions on document WP 61/13, place names to the public, promoting awareness of geographical names, which was presented this morning. I see no hands. I think we had perhaps then concluded the discussion on that working paper before our lunch. So let's move along to the final paper for presentation in this present session. I should clarify that where I introduced WP 66, my numerical ordering was somewhat awry, as pointed out by our esteemed experts from the Asia East other than China division. So they have indeed presented WP 61 already and will be now moving to WP 66/13. So I would like to invite the expert from the Asia East other than China division to present that paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This paper confirms the support for the proposal for a Geographical Names Day presented at the 28th session and suggests a few considerations to take into account in order to operationalize the proposal. At the 28th session, the Toponymy Commission of Quebec, Canada, proposed that International or World Geographical Names Day be instituted. The proposal was motivated by the lack of awareness of the UN's Geographical Names Standardization Program among the general public and even among government authorities. Introducing a yearly reminder was agreed to make positive contributions in terms of enhancing the awareness of geographical names. So, back to the initial proposal by Canada. If the proposed Geographical Names Day intends to draw attention to governments and the public to the importance of correct understanding of geographical names and of their appropriate standardization, the elements of the day would have to be strategically focused on the publicity respect. Then what to declare and what to celebrate? If the day celebrates the 50th anniversary of foundation of the United Nations Conference on the Standardization of Geographical Names, it would be reasonable to declare a day during the period of the first conference, which is 4 to 22 September. Holding a declaration ceremony during the 11th conference in 2017 will help publicize the day through media correspondence, although the conference period will be earlier than the day. The name is suggested to be World Geographical Names Day, which is WGND. In the declaration, two aspects of geographical names will need to be emphasized. One is the value of geographical names shared by people whose perception, emotions, memories, and even ways of life are reflected in those names, hence the need for noting them as cultural heritage. The other is the benefits of standardizing geographical names. To name a few, precise and better communication at both domestic and international levels, correct provision of geographical information, conservation of cultural heritage reflected in the names, enhancement of exchanges between nations, regions, and cultures, and so on. So which that encompasses the gamut of technical, social, cultural, and economic benefits. Then how to proceed? Adopting a resolution at the 11th conference, as Canada suggested, is believed to be one of the most effective ways forward at the UN level. This resolution, which may go hand in hand with the declaration ceremony, should include two recommendations. First, programs to be developed by each member state to enhance awareness and publicity, awareness of and publicity on the importance of geographical names. And second, appropriate celebration to be made by toponymic authorities of member states. At the UNGEGN level, an ad hoc committee consisting of officers and conveners coordinators would act as a steering engine to proceed with the designation of the day and promotion of related events, collaborating with the Secretariat. A prior study of other world or international days celebrated by UN bodies will provide useful hints in terms of celebrating spirit, scope, events, resources, and instruments, and so on. Visual devices such as logo, symbol, and slogan shall be designed. Lastly, I'd like to make a few proposals to activate the celebration with more detailed and localized programs. First, each country may need to find some raison d'être for the celebration. For example, the year 2017 is the Republic of Korea's 25th year at the UNGEGN. During the 25-year period, a wide range of work on toponymy has been developed and implemented, both in policy and academia, namely standardization conforming to the UN standards, establishing names database, legislation, publishing books on toponymic origins, and so on. A celebration at the national level is expected to increase awareness among the general public, particularly students, of the importance of geographical names around them. Even though a specific day will be designated as the World Geographical Names Day, a few programs can be extended throughout a longer period. Possible programs will include the following: academic seminar on toponymy celebrating the day, possibly accompanied by toponymy exhibition. Contest on toponymy storytelling in the form of essay, song, or user-created contents. Toponymy and then toponymy Olympiad for middle and high school students, and award for toponymy such as name of the year, toponymy personnel, and book on toponymy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to the expert of the Asia East Other Than China Division. This is a very positive selection of commemorative and celebratory ideas that I will very much look forward to hearing the ideas from the floor and their encouraging suggestions for their pursuance. I understand that the World Geographical Names Day idea that has not yet been instigated is not actually a new idea to UNGEGN. I'm reliably informed by the rapporteur of the 1989 session, I think the 14th session, again my esteemed predecessor, Mr. Woodman, who rapporteured the entire session, so he will remember the detail very well, that idea to initiate a World Geographical Names Day was actually actually raised at that session. So this is something that UNGEGN experts have been mulling over for some time, and I think it would be a fantastic opportunity to bring it to fruition for the 50th anniversary year. With that extra note, I would like now to invite any other comments or suggestions from the floor. I recognise the expert from the Arabic division.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Je rejoins ce que vous avez dit tout à l'heure. Effectivement, c'est une vieille idée et je profite de cette occasion pour rendre un grand hommage au feu Abdelhadi Tazi, notre président de la 6e conférence du Junin, qui est de nationalité marocaine, qui vient de décéder. Et cette idée de la journée mondiale, c'est lui qui a proposé la première fois la mise en place d'une journée mondiale consacrée à la toponymie. Je voudrais témoigner de cette et lui rendre hommage en même temps. Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much for this elaboration. Are there any other comments and suggestions? Yes, I recognise the USA-Canada division.
Thank you. I would just like to say that Canada supports promoting greater awareness of this special day, and that 2017 is a big year for Canada, as it is also our sesquicentennial anniversary, and also the 120th anniversary of our Geographical Names Board, and also the 50-year anniversary since the first UN conference. So for 2017, what the Canada Centre for Mapping and Earth Observation under Natural Resources Canada proposes to do with the members of the GNBC is to create a series of 4 maps highlighting some significant geographical names. The first map is going to be an Aboriginal place names map. The second, a place names map commemorating Canada's war casualties. The third, highlighting Canada's early exploration and settlement. And the fourth, place names that highlight the history and development of Canadian toponymy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these interesting informations. Are there other, I recognise the Africa South division.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think this is a huge step in the right direction. More in particular, that if you look at our situation, the issue of geographical naming is linked with reconciliation in our country. It was a decision which was taken at the TRC, that as part of repatriation for those people who have been wronged in the past, will use this vehicle as a way of honoring them and actually healing the nation. Having said that, I would imagine that it will be imperative for us at this level that when we celebrate this day, we celebrate and reward pockets of excellence within member countries that are involved in this naming and renaming, so that it becomes something that people can easily identify with. And those that are not with us, which are still lagging behind, will then realize that there's a need for them to become active. My only disappointment, if I had well, is the bracket of dates that was actually espoused here, the 4th to the 22nd of September. I so wish it included the 24th of September, because that day to us is very, very paramount. It's our Heritage Day. And that would have been the day on which I thought the celebration could take place. I hope that I'm not scuttling anything. In fact, my contribution will actually receive insurmountable support from distinguished delegates. I thank you.
Thank you very much for this positive vote of encouragement. I'd like to pass to the expert of the Asia East other than China division for the specific thought on the dates.
Yeah, before talking about the dates, I'd like to thank Madam Chair for mentioning the history of suggesting the day in the 1980s. I was also informed by Paul Woodman that I have to remember, I have to have the information on that day, on that record, and I forgot to mention in my paper. Thank you. And for the date, in order for the day to be meaningful, I suggested that the date be during the first conference period, September 4 to 22, but that is just a very much not designated, not confined date. So we may well have flexibility to designate the day. So it could be August or late July, and when the next conference begins, I was informed that a proposal was made that the conference begins August 1st, 2017, although that is just a proposal. And that opening ceremony could be coincided with the World Geographical Names Day, and we can have a press release to the media announcing both the beginning of the conference and also the day. But I hope my proposal can be discussed more by what I suggest ad hoc committee on the realization of the day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for these extra thoughts. I certainly concur with that view that there is evidently detail to be worked on, and an ad hoc committee, perhaps led by you as the convener of the Working Group on Evaluation and Implementation, alongside Mr. Gammeltoft as the convener of this present working group, could lead such an ad hoc committee. We're certainly hearing general support, though, in this session, which I think is certainly very positive. I've had a suggestion from possibly even to consider that it could be a year of activities and then culminating in one special Geographical Names Day. So this could be another thought that could be mulled over by that ad hoc committee. Are there any other comments from the floor? I think perhaps not. So that concludes the discussion on our final paper for presentation. Thank you again to the Asia East Other Than China division. As I mentioned at the beginning of the session, there is also a paper submitted for information, but on this occasion we won't be inviting comments on that paper during the session. So with that, we draw our session on the Working Group on Publicity and Funding to a close. In summary, I have heard a significant amount of good work that's been achieved towards our goal, specifically by the Asia East Other Than China division. So I applaud those efforts. They are certainly a good model for our fellow divisions to be looking to. We've discussed the methods that already exist to assist us all in publicising and promoting the work of UNGEGN. There's the media kit, which we've been encouraged to translate into further languages and to make use of, as it is available on the UNGEGN website already. The brochures, similarly, and indeed the Twitter account. And I again urge you to use each of these. So with that, the group of experts has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 13. Distinguished delegates, before proceeding to agenda item 14, I have the pleasure to invite the UNGEGN chair to make a special presentation on Australia and New Zealand, a comparison of indigenous naming processes. You have the floor, Mr. Watt.
We're organised. I'm going to talk about two countries that I probably enjoy the most in the world, Australia and New Zealand. But I'm going to compare how both countries have come to the current situation in relation to their use of indigenous names. As you know, in Australia and New Zealand live quite close to each other in the world, far away from the rest of the world, but close to each other. But in relation to the way indigenous names have been handled, they are quite different. Even though both were settled in a very similar time frame and in a very similar manner from the European settlement perspective, there's been divergence in the history, and that's the points that I wish to take a moment to look at. From an indigenous perspective, Australia has a recorded history of indigenous settlement for at least 50,000 years. And according to Aboriginal people, they originated there. They didn't come from anywhere else. They just appeared in Australia. And there was between 350 and 750 indigenous languages spoken in Australia at one stage. Many were decimated by introduced diseases before they ever actually saw a white person. So we're not really sure exactly what that number is. From a New Zealand perspective, the Maori settlement started about at least 700 years ago. The Maori people are of Polynesian origin, and upon arriving in New Zealand, they developed their own unique culture based on kinship and land. They have intact stories relating to their immigration, and they have a single language with some dialectic differences. If we consider just very briefly the European settlement of both countries, Australia was settled originally from a European perspective in 1788 with the establishment of the colony at Port Phillip Bay. Originally as a penal settlement, but later as free settlers. And over the intervening times, multiple colonies were set up that were in effect individual countries until federated into the Commonwealth of Australia at the turn of the 1900s. Captain Cook declared Australia as terra nullius. And that phrase in and of itself is quite misleading and open to conjecture. There are two basic thoughts. Number one was that the country was unoccupied. But obviously that was not correct because there was Aboriginal people occupying every landscape within Australia. The other thought that terra nullius could apply to is a country without sovereignty. Because of the fact that the Aboriginal culture did not produce a government that was recognized in the same manner as was deemed to be, in inverted commas, civilized, it was deemed to be without government, without sovereignty. And that was the rationale that was used at the time to enable the settlement of Australia by white people without any due regard to the concerns, rights, or responsibilities for the Aboriginal people that lived there. There was virtually no treaty ever established with any Aboriginal people, with one exception, which was involving the area around what is now known as Melbourne, but that particular treaty was deemed to be not valid by a court ruling later. And there was no recognition of land rights until 1992. Aboriginal people were not even deemed to be citizens of Australia and had a right to vote until 1972. So they were basically regarded as a group of people that were there but had no real rights or considerations. Contrary to that, New Zealand took a slightly different path. Again, it was settled in the late 1700s, but without an actual active country-based settlement process. It was settled by sailors, by missionaries, by traders, and by adventurers. In 1840, after negotiation between the Maori people and the British, the Treaty of Waitangi was entered into. From a Maori perspective, this treaty was to control the lawlessness that was evident by the uncontrolled settlement. From the British perspective, it was largely seen as a means of stopping other countries, particularly France, from establishing colonies in that area. But what it did do was give the Maori people rights as British citizens with all the rights of land ownership recognized and the other related rights, which includes the right to name places. That treaty was covering the North Island of New Zealand, not the South Island. The South Island was much more sparsely populated, and it was deemed appropriate by the British to determine that the South Island was also terra nullius, even though there was people living there, but it was probably a political expediency. Post-colonialization, there was things that happened afterwards that I just thought I'd mention very briefly. In Australia, the resistance to the colonial takeover of the country was very limited. It was very sparse and very spasmodic. Aboriginal people were not by tradition in any way warlike, and even if they did have battles between tribes, it was very formalized and very almost ceremonial in its extent. On the contrary, the Maori people quite enjoy a good war here and there. They had a history of intertribal warfare, and they expanded that to resist the British invaders, particularly after the treaty was not really followed through with. What was known as the Maori Wars lasted for some 10 years in New Zealand. Other issues that affected more of the place name side of things. In Australia, instructions were given by many of the surveyors general in a number of the colonies to record and retain indigenous names. These instructions were largely ignored by the explorers and the surveyors that traversed the land first. In fact, I have read many situations of where an explorer has said, the Aboriginal people call this such and such. I've named it Lake Blanche after the governor's wife, and that's the name that became predominant. Subsequently, though, some names for minor features were recorded by the people who eventually owned the landowners, the pastoralists, the farmers, and came into a more structured position. In New Zealand, once the treaty had been signed in 1840, it was largely ignored right until 1970s because the governing powers felt that it met the needs that the treaty was put in there for. The results on the place names in both countries is as follows. In Australia, we have a very random, incomplete and inaccurate use of indigenous names. Misunderstandings of the culture resulted in transposition of many names in the country into country associated with other language groups. And we'd had a tendency to replace the names of the natural features as given by the indigenous communities with European names and then retain in a culturally inaccurate form indigenous names for post-colonial features such as homesteads and towns and railway stations. In New Zealand, there was a much more complete use of indigenous place names, but still not covering the full scope of the traditional use. Many post-colonial names were put in place, particularly for the major features. And I can remember one of the former Surveyor Generals of New Zealand created absolute chaos when he put forward a proposal to rename one of the major mountains in New Zealand in the North Island. Mount Egmont was the name that it was bearing in those days, to Mount Taranaki, which would give due reference to the indigenous name. And that created considerable controversy and was resolved by putting in both names in place. But we've learned a bit from the situations of the past. In Australia, we recognized that there was a need to formulate a means of recognizing indigenous place names, and this resulted in the creation of the guidelines for the recording and use of indigenous geographical names in 1986. There is a large section of those guidelines that is devoted to indigenous names and how to communicate, respect, and what rights the indigenous population have in relation to the decisions on those names. The first jurisdictional legislation in Australia to enable dual naming was passed in 1991. And though we are kind of proud of this, it's a very small number when you think about the size of Australia. Approximately 650 features in Australia bear dual names, some for very significant features. There is also a considerable number of minor feature names that are of Aboriginal origin, but there's questions in relating to the accuracy of their recording and the cultural validity of the use of those names in terms of sacred and secret information that should not be made public. New Zealand had a much more positive path as they followed. As I mentioned before, the 1840 treaty was largely ignored after that date of its issue or signing, but in 1975 the Waitangi Tribunal was established to give redress to the breaches of the treaty. Maori language was recognised as an official language in New Zealand in 1987. Maori place names are given precedence in their dual naming format, so the Maori name is always the first name in the text string. Opportunities were given to assign Maori names in a dual naming capacity, or even in some situations to rename features with post-colonial names with their Maori name as part of the redress for the treaty breaches. There have been many publications, including mapping and books and other things, that emphasize the traditional Maori names across the country. Whether they're being used currently or not makes no difference. They've even gone to the extent of assigning as alternative geographical names Maori names for both the North and South Island of New Zealand, and this took place in October 2013. And unfortunately I couldn't get the number, but there are thousands of features in New Zealand bearing dual names, and many thousands of features bearing recognised and authenticated Maori place names. So what was the difference? The way I look at it, there are two major differences between the path that New Zealand took and the path that Australia took that came to the situation we know today. The first one was the existence of a treaty between the nations involved. And, as important as the treaty itself, the subsequent recognition by the New Zealand government that breaches of the treaty had taken place and that there was a need to provide redress to those breaches to give honour to the spirit of the treaty that was put in place in the first place. The second was the recognition of the Maori language as an official language. And that provides a basis for the adoption of all aspects of language, including place names. There has been no recognition of indigenous languages in Australia. There are some that are allowed to be taught in schools, but they do not have any official standing. I believe those two historical circumstances were the differences between the two countries. I think the path that New Zealand took provided a much more receptive environment for the greater recognition and acceptance of the Maori culture and their place names in particular in New Zealand. And as nothing comparable existed in Australia, there has been a need to establish a suitable environment, both within the indigenous and the non-indigenous portions of the community, as we strive to bridge that gap to achieve the reconciliation that we would like to achieve between the parts of our community. The only problem is, this takes time. Thank you for your time.
Many thanks indeed for this fascinating and informative comparison. Does any delegation wish to take to the floor at this time for questions or comments on the presentation we've just heard? I see an expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this very interesting paper. I would be interested in how is the daily practice in the use of dual names in New Zealand. Are they really used, are both names really used at the same time, or is it just the English name which is sometimes used? Thank you.
We've borrowed the same rules in Australia as New Zealand has. For all official documentation and mapping, the dual names are shown. In daily conversation, people can choose one or the other to utilize, and they do. But there is a noticeable increase in New Zealand in people who can speak Maori language. It's quite different than in Australia, where our Aboriginal languages are either static or decreasing. New Zealand over the past few years has experienced an increase in Maori language use.
Thank you indeed. There is a question from the Africa South Division. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The lack of use of Aboriginal languages in Australia, is it correlated with the information that we get that in Australia, Aboriginal people were forced to hand over their children for adoption to white families, thereby losing their culture and their heritage to adopt a sort of a British heritage and then live their own heritage, which is Aboriginal?
Unfortunately, that was the case. That was a very sad part of our history. Thankfully, it is no longer the case, and I'm glad to be able to say that. That was something that happened in a couple of type of instances. In the very early parts of the settlement, Aboriginal people who were living close to the expanding European settlement tended to be moved into mission stations, and their land was then just used by the settlement. And then there was that concept of children being removed from families and put into foster or orphanage situations. But that stopped well over 50 years ago, thankfully, and there is now definite efforts being made by Aboriginal people to reclaim their culture, to revitalise their languages. Thank you.
I see a further question from the Arabic division.
شكرا. سؤالي للسيد الرئيس عن اللغات الموجودة في استراليا ونيوزيلندا، هل لها نظام مكتوب؟ وإذا كان هناك نظام مكتوب هل يقرأ ويستخدم؟ ثم أنا عندي اقتراحا لسعادته، وهو أن يضم الولايات المتحدة للمقارنة، فسيكون ستكون مشوقة. شكرا.
Thank you for the question. In both countries, initially, neither of the language groups had a written language form. Maori obviously developed that before their language became official within New Zealand and had been using it for quite some time. In Australia, many Aboriginal groups now have an orthography for their written forms of their information. But we recognize in our guidelines that each individual group has the right to decide what their language should look like in a written form. There is a vast linguistic range of language structures within Aboriginal languages across the country, so it is appropriate for them to determine their own orthography. As I said, in some instances, Aboriginal languages are being taught in schools, particularly where the Aboriginal community is still strong and vital. In relation to the concept of extending this to incorporate the United States, I will talk to Mr. Palmer about that and see what we can organize.
Thank you. Yes, this could become a very large and interesting project indeed. Are there any further questions? Yes, I see the division, the Asia East Other Than China division.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I stayed a year in the Pacific Northwest, in the Seattle area, and traveled to Canada, I recognized many place names which looked like Native American or First Nation names, but some of them were not used by native people, but given by others. Could you inform me of the experiences of New Zealand or Australia? Thank you.
We have the exact same concern, Sanjay, and in fact there was a further complication to this when eventually some people European people took interest in Aboriginal culture and produced word lists and names lists from the groups that they could associate with. And they sort of eventually became joined into this whole one mass of information that got published in books. And people quite innocently selected names from these lists and applied it to their particular entity, be it their homestead, their farm property, their building, their town, without really understanding the meaning of the name or the cultural context of the name. And the result of that is that we have some names that we actually don't tell the locals what they mean, because they would be quite upset to find out what their name actually refers to. And the other issue, of course, is the inability of English speakers to pronounce some of the sounds. So they used to adjust the word or anglicize the word to make it easier for them to pronounce.
Thank you. Yes, I invite the expert from the Africa South division.
Thank you. Looking at the path that has been taken by the two countries, do they share the official languages? Is the official language spoken in Australia the same as New Zealand? Thank you.
English is the official language of Australia. English is one of 3 official languages in New Zealand. They have recognized English, Maori, and a sign language as official languages in New Zealand.
Are there any further questions? I don't see any, so this concludes the special presentation. Thank you again very much for an interesting discussion, and to Bill for a very, very interesting presentation. Distinguished delegates, we will now take up agenda item 14, activities relating to the working group on exonyms, and I invite the convener of the working group, Peter Jordan from Austria, to come to the podium and preside over this aspect of our proceedings.
distinguished experts, I invite you now to assume our considerations on item 14 of the agenda. This is activities relating to the working group on exonyms. I'm the convener of this working group. My name is Peter Jordan in the endophonic version and Peter Jordan in the English exophonic version. Just a few words on the working group as such. We have been established in the year 2000 by the United Nations Conference in Berlin. And we have a tradition of organizing workshops. So almost every year we organize a workshop with the participation of about 30 people. And we are mostly also publishing proceedings of these workshops. On the table we have 3 working papers. This is a report of the working group on exonyms. This working paper is for presentation. And we have 2 documents for information only. And this is a working paper 7/14, confirmation of the definitions, and working paper 12/14, criteria for the use of exonyms. All the 3 working papers have been submitted by myself, by the convener of the working group. So we have no internal input as regards working papers, but I hope so that we will have input during the discussion. Let me first present the report of the working group on exonyms. I will not read the full paper, of course, I will just read the summary. The report highlights the activities of the UNGEGN working group on exonyms since the 28th session of the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names in New York on from the 28th April to the 2nd of May 2014. In this period, the working group held 1 business meeting and 2 workshops. The working group met on the 29th of April 2014 during the 28th UNGEGN session in the United Nations headquarters in New York and decided that the next working group workshop in Hermagor will, after having discussed this topic now in several meetings already very intensively and profoundly, be the last opportunity to eventually arrive at new definitions of the endonym and the exonym, after a long discussion before. The working group met then for its 16th meeting in Hermagor, Austria, from the 5th to the 7th June 2014. It had the character of a workshop and was hosted by the Austrian Board on Geographical Names. The meeting was attended by 28 experts from 17 countries and saw 18 paper presentations on several aspects of the endonym-exonym divide. This sequence of paper presentations was followed by an intensive discussion on proposals of new definitions of the endonym and the exonym. It resulted in the decision that, first, new definitions of endonym and exonym are not accepted by a larger group of experts present, and second, the current definitions of endonym and exonym are documented in the UNGEGN glossary, are in the given situation and the optimum achievable. It could, however, also be stated that the long and profound discussion on the endonym-exonym divide and on new definitions of endonym and exonym had revealed a lot of aspects that had never been addressed before. By exploring all other possibilities and directions, it has also made the working group sure that the current definitions are the best of all possible solutions. The whole discussion is moreover well documented by 5 volumes of proceedings, all edited by the working group, so that all the arguments and findings will remain accessible and can be taken as a basis for future research. Also, the proceedings of the working group meeting in Hermagor have in the meantime been published as volume 4 of the toponymic book series Name and Place, edited by Paul Woodman and myself. Then, the working group met for its 17th meeting in Zagreb in Croatia, from the 14th to the 16th of May 2015. It also had the character of a workshop and was hosted by the Lexicographical Institute Miroslav Krleža in Zagreb. It was attended by 33 experts from 15 countries. 16 papers were presented dealing with criteria for the use of exonyms. So this was the main topic of this meeting, criteria for the use of exonyms. With terminology in the field of endonyms and exonyms, as well as with the actual use of exonyms in various countries. In a general discussion, after the sequence of paper presentations, the self-imposed task of defining criteria for the use of exonyms was, however, not achieved. Contrary to an earlier discussion at the 10th meeting of the Working Group of Exonyms in Thailand in 2010, when a proposal made by the convener had been regarded as too permissive as regards exonym use, almost the same proposal was now found as much too restrictive. Exonym use, this was the prevailing opinion now, is a sovereign right of languages and countries, and exonyms are an important part of the cultural heritage. Finally, the mediating proposal was accepted that instead of elaborating criteria for the use of exonyms, the working group should rather head at noting the current trends in exonym use and avoid any normative attitude. This could, by those looking for advice, be taken as a guideline. It will thus fulfill the same purpose as explicit guidelines for the use of exonyms and comply to the working group's task of formulating guidelines. Besides complying to this task, it was also decided that the working group will elaborate an inventory of lists of exonyms at the working group exposed at the working group website. It could be a valuable source of information for comparative studies on the use of exonyms and beyond. Also, the proceedings of the working group meeting in Zagreb have in the meantime been published as a volume of the toponymic book series Name and Place, as volume 6 of this series. The next workshop of the working group will take place in Prague, in Praha, in spring 2017, very likely in April or in May. So this concludes the presentation of my paper, of the working group, of the report of the working group of exonyms, and I would like to invite you now for a discussion on this working paper. So the floor is yours, and please ask questions or provide for comments. I recognize the distinguished expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division. You have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Convener. It was claimed that exonyms are an important part of the cultural heritage. Would you agree with me that many exonyms used now in reference atlases and school atlases were created after 1990, when new countries emerged? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, distinguished expert, for this comment. I think that after 1990, especially in the eastern part of Europe, which was under communist control up to that time, the practice of exonym use started to flourish, so to say, started once again to flourish. So while during the communist period, exonyms were rather suppressed in this region, now a revitalization or a new use, a new practice of exonym use developed. So many countries of this region developed, published atlases and published other kinds of publication, which are really using exonyms in a very extensive way, I would say. Yes.
So, would these names, these newly developed names, be part of the cultural heritage or not?
Thank you for this repeated question. I think they have been used also before the communist period. So these are not new names. These are traditional names in the relevant languages and in the relevant countries, and they are used now again. There has been an interruption of 40 or 45 or 50 years in these countries, but I don't think, and I don't know any practical example where a new name was invented, a new exonym was invented. It is actually so that this is a revival of already existing exonyms, which are again in practical use now. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Please, I recognize the delegate or the expert from the Romano-Hellenic division. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like to cordially thank you for all your efforts during those past 2 years since our last session, for all the hard work that you have been doing as convener of our working group. And I would just like to share with all other delegates here that this is a working group that is really working very hard, with a lot of ingenuity and a lot of willingness, I would say. And this is why, even though it has not produced, I would say, tangible results in the sense of new definitions or of new criteria, maybe it has done something even more important, a real networking of people, a better understanding of the views of each other, and of course a series of books that really document our whole argumentation. So apart from this great thanks to you, I would also like to say that I agree very much with the approach that you have taken in what concerns the work of the working group. The turning to a more perceptive, let's say, aspect of our work, I think is contributing much more to better production in our work, and I think that this is also the course that we should take in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the distinguished expert from the Romano-Hellenic division, for your kind comment. I think it depends on the cooperation of all the experts present in our working group. We have really very intensive cooperation in this working group. Usually, as I mentioned already, up to 30 or even more experts of the UNGEGN participate in our working group meetings, in our workshop, and this is the basis of our results, so to say. We have the practice of workshops which are not conducting during UNGEGN sessions and in the framework of United Nations, but outside in different places. And this offers the opportunity to include also experts from the place, so to say. So not only United Nations experts are active in our working group, but also some scientists, some other knowledgeable people from the region, from the respective country. And this means an added value, I would say. This means an added value. For instance, Paul Woodman, the earlier UNGEGN expert and present in many UNGEGN sessions, is now retired, and he is now an external expert, so to say. But he participates in many of our sessions, and this is a very valuable contribution to our work. May I invite you for other questions or discussion contributions or comments or clarifications as regards the terms endonym, exonym? You have mentioned, I may perhaps a little bit elaborate on this latest decision to elaborate a working paper on the use of exonyms. We have abandoned the idea to publish or to create or to forward criteria for the use of exonyms. So we have abandoned the idea to and to have a normative access to this problem, but we rather will elaborate a working paper on the use of exonyms and try to find out how exonyms and in which fields of communication exonyms are used in the different parts of the world. So we ask you also for cooperation in this respect. So please tell us by working papers and tell us by participation in our working group meetings how and where, in which communicative situations exonyms are used in your countries, in your different situations. This would be very important. Yes, I recognize the expert from the Arabic division. Please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question. Maybe it's not relevant, but pardon me if it's not relevant. So the Aboriginal names in Australia and New Zealand are the endonyms, and all the other names are exonyms. To the Aboriginal, from the Aboriginal point of view. That's one. The second question is why are we concerned with exonyms? What are the benefits? For me, I don't really, it's not, the idea is not clear.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, the expert from the Arabic division, for these relevant questions, I would say. As regards your first question, I think all the names which have been mentioned by the chair of our group now, in Australia as well as in New Zealand, they correspond to local communities and to well-established languages. So the Maori language is a well-established language, of course, in New Zealand, and also English is, after some generations of English speakers living there, a well-established language. And therefore, also according to our current definition of the endonym, which includes names corresponding to a well-established language as well as to an official language, the names in these languages are endonyms, of course. So Maori names are endonyms in New Zealand. Also the names of Aborigines, of indigenous people in Australia, are endonyms. And also of the English names are endonyms. In the meantime, they are endonyms because they correspond to a well-established language. Well-established language means that it is a language used already for generations, for 3 generations at least, in a certain place. And this is the case in Australia as well as in New Zealand. Then the second question, very relevant too, because it's a foundation of the fundament of the existence of our working group. Why do we have a working group on exonyms? We have it because exonyms are used. In many languages, they are part of many languages. They are part of many languages. And in certain situations, exonyms are used. For instance, in school tuition, in education, exonyms are used because they are easier to be pronounced, they are easier to be memorated, they are easier to be communicated. A school child, will not hesitate to use a name which is easily to be pronounced, about the pronunciation of which he or she is sure enough, then he will not hesitate to use it. If it is an endonym which is difficult to be pronounced, for instance, an Arabic endonym in our countries, in Germany and in Austria, for instance, we have difficulties to pronounce Arabic names correctly, as you will have recognized already. So for a school child, it is very difficult to pronounce an Arabic name correctly. And so it is better to have an exonym which can be pronounced easily and which can be communicated easily to somebody else. So just because exonyms are used and are in use, it is important to deal with exonyms also on the UNGEGN level. Of course, UNGEGN is an organization or an authority dealing with standardization, and this means that we should also find out in which fields of communication exonyms are more useful and in which fields of communication they could rather be abandoned or could rather be replaced by endonyms. So this is, I think, a main purpose also of our working group, to find out and to find out in which fields of communication this is the case, and to contribute in this way also to the ultimate goal, or to one of the goals of UNGEGN, to reduce a little bit, at least a little bit, the use of exonyms. So all the resolutions so far passed on the use of exonyms are rather restrictive as regards the use of exonyms, and we would like to comply to this final goal, of course, not to have an abundant use of exonyms. I hope this answers your question.
No, it's just made me more confused. Sorry. Just let me say this. For example, we are in Saudi Arabia, okay, and we had there were maps made by the British, maps made by the French, maps made by the Ottomans, the Turkish power, and all these three colonial powers, they wrote the names of the cities of Saudi Arabia and the area and the regions, etc., and the roads also in the Arabian Peninsula differently. Are they all exonyms to us?
Yes, these are exonyms because they don't. These are names not corresponding to the local, well-established and official language. Therefore, they are exonyms. So the Turkish names or English names are names of the Turkish language and are names of the English language, and these two languages do not correspond to a well-established and official language in Saudi Arabia. Therefore, they are exonyms.
All the foreign names are exonyms. Even if we don't use them, we don't use them.
Yeah.
Now we don't use them. Why should we care about them? That's my original question.
This question can be answered by saying that these names are used in these other countries, in Turkey and in the United Kingdom, for instance, or in the United States. Therefore, these are names which are on the table, which are in publications, which are used, and this is a good reason to deal with these names. Of course, in communication with an English speaker, you will also use these English names, perhaps in Saudi Arabia. But this is not the reason to say that these are become endonyms, just because you as a Saudi Arabian citizen are using them in some communicative situations. If you speak with a foreigner, with an English-speaking foreigner, and you use an English exonym to facilitate communication with this foreigner, then it's the use of an exonym. Also, if you use it, if you as a Saudi Arabian citizen are using it. Because this exonym does not correspond to a local language.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Fine. Thank you very much.
So we use them to let other people who already maybe originated them understand what we are saying. If I use my local language, he wouldn't understand. So I will use the exonym that he already gave to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Are there any other questions or comments Please, the expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division.
Please allow me, Mr. Convener, to state that the benefits of your commission were always wider than the scope of Exonyms. The workshops you organized provided always extensive knowledge of the linguistic situation in the areas where the workshops were held. And I remember workshops in Timisoara and Tainach and Gdansk where there was very much interest and intention to see the situation of linguistic minorities. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much for this kind comment. Thank you. Are there other questions or comments on this paper, on the report of the working group on Exonyms? Yes. As an expert, distinguished expert from the French-speaking division, please. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais avoir quelques explications ou quelques éclaircissements de la part de l'expert de la division arabe concernant les cartes de l'Arabie saoudite, car il me semble bien que certaines cartes ont été créées par notre institut, l'Institut géographique national, en collaboration avec les experts locaux, et tous les noms ont été écrits dans des cahiers de terrain en arabe, translittérés par leurs soins et en collaboration avec eux. Et je ne comprends pas très bien que l'expert, sur quelle carte se base-t-il ou comment se fait-il que son intervention mentionne des exonymes qui ne seraient pas agréables à l'Arabie saoudite. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, the distinguished expert from the French-speaking division, and I pass the floor to the expert from the Saudi Arabian, from the Arabic division.
Thank you very much. The expert from the French division was talking about the maps that were drawn maybe after the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was established. I'm talking about periods before, when travelers came, when colonial powers came to the Red Sea and to our country, they drew maps. Of course, there was no local authority during that time. It's true what she said, the maps that were drawn by the French as contractors with the Saudi government, they were written in French and Arabic, and they are correct. We don't have any problem with them. I was only talking about historical maps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the distinguished expert from the Arabic division. Does this satisfy you, distinguished expert from the French-speaking division?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Cela me rassure parce que je me souviens très bien de collaboration avec les experts saoudiens, en particulier sur la région du Caire vide et sur toute la région de la capitale, donc de Riyad. Je vous remercie et merci aux délégués de l'Arabie saoudite. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or remarks and comments on this report? I see no hands raised up. So I would like to proceed to the two other working papers which are indicated here in the program. These are just documents for information. So you have these working papers on your computer or on your table. And I call upon questions and comments on the first of these two working papers. This is working paper 7/14, confirmation of the definitions. It's a working paper on the proceedings of the Hermogar meeting, of the Hermogar workshop, on the workshop which highlighted which presented the final, which had the final discussion on the endonym-exonym divide, on the definitions. And this working paper gives all the content of these proceedings, all the authors and the papers included in this book. Are there any questions and comments on this working paper? This is not the case. Then I will proceed to the next working paper 12/14, criteria for the use of exonyms. This reflects the proceedings of our latest workshop in Zagreb last year, devoted to the main topic, criteria for the use of exonyms. Are there any questions or comments on this working paper? This is obviously not the case. So this concludes now our item number 14 on activities relating to the working group on exonyms. Let me just say that our future activities will be directed towards documenting the use of exonyms and in different countries, in different communicative situations. And the next workshop, which is organized in Prague by the Geographical Office of the Czech Republic in April or May 2017, will be devoted mainly to this issue. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to invite now the chair of the working group on pronunciation. This is Tjeerd Tichelaar from the Netherlands to preside the next agenda item. Thank you.
You have not seen my head up front here before, so I will introduce myself. My name is Tjeerd Tichelaar. I am one of the delegates of the Netherlands, and since the last UNGEGN session, I also have been an opportunity to be the convener of the working group on pronunciation. So in that role, I will now preside over the proceedings of agenda point 15. We have three papers that were submitted under this agenda point, and one I will present the headlines of. The other two are for information only. I will just describe what is in them. You can see them yourself on the online. The paper I want to present is an analysis of the meaning of pronunciation in the context of geographical names and the UNGEGN involvement in the dealing with different aspects of the pronunciation. A little over half a century ago, I believe, the United Nations Group of Experts on Geographical Names was instituted in order to promote the standardization of geographical names, both nationally and internationally, the latter making it a UN concern. Although this was not explicitly expressed, the standardization effort was practically directed at written pronunciation, the written form of names. As it was a problem of the written communication, the expert group was meant to address. Because although names are linguistically just non-generic nouns, and thus, as all words, they are essentially sequences of articulated sounds rather than strings of graphic characters, the standardization pursued by UNGEGN should not intend to freeze them for eternity, because both speech and writing conventions are dynamic, they evolve and they change over time. We can, as of now, we can hardly understand anymore the English used by William Shakespeare in the 16th century, and we can also hardly interpret the names on the maps of the Dutch cartographers of the 16th, 17th century, like Ortelius and Blauw. They are no longer the names we see in our map today. So the standardization and effort by UNGEGN is not a one-time job, but we can actually never expect it to end. Although it is the graphical expression of geographical names which is, for practical reasons, the main concern of UNGEGN, pronunciation aspects, both underlying and interacting with the written forms, may not be ignored when dealing with names. Hence the creation of the Working Group on Pronunciation in response to Resolution number 11 of the 8th United Nations Conference on the Standardization of Geographical Names in Berlin in the year 2002. As a standardization of pronunciation is rarely attempted by national governments worldwide, and admittedly it would be over the head of any international expert group whether or not it operates under the umbrella of the United Nations, the proper allocation of the subject of pronunciation within the focal range of UNGEGN deserves some discussion yet. That is what we already discovered during our working group sessions. What you see here on the map is an example, an illustration of the effect that although most of the countries we know now have official language nationwide using phonographic writing systems like alphabet, abjads, abecedas. This means, that is the irony of the whole thing, this means that the written forms of these languages essentially represent the pronunciation, as opposed to languages using logographic writing systems in which the writing directly refers to the meaning of what is written. And these are nowadays mostly still in use for Chinese and hardly also for Japanese. So although phonographically written words and names are supposed to reflect their pronunciation, the relationship between writing and pronunciation is language specific and in many languages far from straightforward. Similar letters and combination of letters or letters combined with diacritical marks are pronounced differently in different languages. Even within a single language, they may be pronounced in more than one way, depending on their position within the words or on the other sounds surrounding them, or especially in the case of names, by historical influences the writing itself does not disclose. This is exactly what you see here in the case of the United Kingdom and Ireland. You see here a number of names containing the letter combination OUGH. And you would say when you have a combination of so many letters, that should be pronounced the same way at least. But in reality, you see here that only the names that are pronounced the same, I have connected by lines, so all the other ones have different pronunciations. An even more extreme example I discovered on Wikipedia in the occurrence of 3 place names all written CLAUGHDON. They were all located within a few miles from each other in the area, I think, well known by the in-laws of our chair, in Lancashire in England and neighboring Merseyside. One in the city of Lancashire is pronounced Clafton. Another one in the borough of Wyre, also in Lancashire, is pronounced Clayton. and one other in neighboring Merseyside is pronounced Clawton. So you could say when you write them down, they are homonyms, but actually, when you pronounce them, they are not homonyms at all. They're just incidentally written the same way. In the next section of this paper, you find an explanation of the historical reasons of this complicated relationship between writing and pronunciation. So I will not read it loud, you can read it for yourself, and especially about the development of the Roman script. Many languages nowadays use the Roman script or other scripts that are akin to Roman script, like Greek or Cyrillic, and more remote relatives like Perso-Arabic script. They all were originated in a very old script by Phoenicians that did not represent vowel sounds, but only consonants. Anyway, the reality is now is that there is a very unclear relationship between writing and pronunciation in many countries. To increase the accessibility of written language, there are national regulatory bodies who regularly enact reforms in the spelling to ensure that correspondence between speech and writing remains as uncomplicated as it can be. But because of different reasons, such authorities do not always exist, and even where they exist, their mandates are not everywhere as far-reaching. The languages quite spectacularly differ in the degree to which this is an effective thing. So orthographies currently accurately reflecting the current pronunciation are labeled phonetic, for instance, Italian, Finnish, as well as Indonesian and other language. I may not know them. As opposed to archaic spelling where pronunciation and writing have driven far apart, like English or Irish and other languages. Now, in which ways UNGEGN should be involved or is already involved in issues concerning pronunciation? Although the standardization objectives of UNGEGN cannot be realistically extended to the standardization of names pronunciation, the issue of pronunciation is both essential and important enough from a user's point of view to justify incorporation in the expert group's supportive activities. Apart from being treated by its own dedicated working group, the Working Group on Pronunciation, aspects of this interdisciplinary subject are also within the scope, within the focal range of 8 of the thematic working groups and the specialized activities of UNGEGN until now. I listed them in the document. You can see in what way that is the matter. As far as the involvement of the working group of pronunciation is concerned, this working group was originally primarily instituted to pronounce guides for pronunciation for sets of geographical names. Actually, the working group facilitates the sharing of insights and experiences regarding the handling of all thinkable pronunciation aspects of geographical names between the UN member states. As language situations and the relationship between pronunciation and writing conventions vary widely between nations, the complexity and the exact nature of the different problems faced, as well as the direction into which solutions are to be sought and found, differ accordingly. The example of England I have seen here is really intimidating, and it should not discourage you from approaching this subject altogether, because in many situations it is less complicated. And parallels also occur worldwide. And where they do, the wheel doesn't need to be invented more than once. So the opportunity to learn from each other should not be left unused, which is the main raison d'etre for this working group and the UNGEGN involvement. At the end of the paper I make a proposal for the future direction and the short-term goals for the working group. In many cases, the subjects of pronunciation may be considered slippery or even politically sensitive or inappropriate, but in the context of standardization of the writing of names, it is, as was recognized by a few resolutions issued by the Conference of Standardization of Geographical Names, not irrelevant. By gathering accounts of practical experience and bringing together relevant expertise from the greatest possible variety of national situations concerning written versus pronounced geographical names, as has been done before on a limited scale, but until now we only had eight contributions under the agenda point of pronunciation altogether. The UNGEGN Working Group on Pronunciation can live up to a wide interpretation of its mandate to offer guidance in the treatment of pronunciation aspects of names. So in this context, I hope that this analysis will inspire you to make contributions to write your own stories about the situations in your country that can be presented at the next UNGEGN session or the conference. So the ideas that we have been discussing about this also in the working group sessions, we think, at least I think, that as technical aspects of the storage and the dissemination of digital names information, to which, for instance, audio files representing pronunciations may be reckoned, these are already offered by the working group on the eponymic data files and gazetteers. So a logical focus of this working group might be the theoretical underpinning of all pronunciation-related activities, as well as their coordination on the input and output side, and the production of guidelines and directives to serve the needs of geographical names authorities worldwide. So it might also be, it should be included in all guidelines, toponymic guidelines. As for the short term, it is our intention to yield a document emulating national names authorities to accept the challenge to capture, store, and disseminate any kind of names pronunciation detail by providing widely applicable best practice advice. So I hope and I intend and I will do what I can to present that at the next conference next year in August. This concludes my presentation. So I would say react. Are there any unclarities in the paper or remarks you wish to make? I recognize distinguished expert of the China division. Please go ahead.
谢谢召集人。我想那个地名读音的问题非常复杂，也非常的重要。我们这个联合国地名专家组半个世纪以来，在推动世界地名的这个标准化拼写方面取得了很大的进展。现在，信息技术手段为我们记录、传播标准化的地名读音提供了很多的方便。很多的国家，包括我们联合国地名专家组建设的城市地名数据库，在这方面也都有很多成功的经验。那么，我想 我们是不是可以，比如说在下届会议上，通过向大家推荐这种技术标准这种方式，比如说这地名语音的录音格式，所使用的音标系统等等这方面的技术标准，通过这些手段呢，逐步推动地名读音标准化的这种速度逐渐的加快。谢谢。
Yes, that's a great remark. I appreciate that, distinguished expert from China. I remember also your contribution for the last UNGEGN session on your own efforts in China to reach standardization of pronunciation, which is of course quite unique in your situation. I agree that as for now there are many technical possibilities to include, for instance, audio files into geographic databases. And of course we would welcome that, we will welcome that, and we should make an effort to support that with maybe also rules. I think that would be also a subject we could share with the working group on toponymic data files and gazetteers, because they collect all the technical expertise in this sense. So I hope we will develop a fruitful cooperation with this working group and for next year. Thank you. Thank you. More remarks, questions? Yes, delegate from the Dutch and German speaking division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if I have to confirm this fruitful cooperation as being the convener of the working group.
It is welcomed. Yeah, it is welcomed. Thank you. Thank you. More? No more? No more remarks? And well, I hope it will inspire you to give me some contributions for next time. Then I think I can I can proceed to the other two papers, which are for information only. To begin with working paper 46. This is the report of the working group on pronunciation, which has, however, not convened since last UNGEGN session, so new progress could not be reported, but nevertheless, it lists the achievement of the working group since its inception in 2002. It's there for your information. And then the last one, working paper 88, is actually an announcement and a little example of from the Hungarian delegation about the information of pronunciation, which is in the form of both IPA transcription and audio files, MP3 audio files, is published by the Hungarian Institute of Geodesy, Cartography and Remote Sensing, and the URL is in the document, so you can address it yourself. Are there any remarks or questions concerning these papers? I see none, so maybe we should continue to the next working group, or should we interrupt first for coffee? I don't know. Maybe better because it, yes. Okay, then I shall adjourn the meeting. Yes? Suspend the meeting. That's shorter, isn't it? Yeah. And then you have the advice on whether I have to use any tools or hammers or screwdrivers or anything, because this is new for me.
The meeting is suspended for 15 minutes.
The meeting is suspended officially until after the coffee break, which should take no more than, I think, approximately 15 minutes. Yes?
vi tar bort den här en gång.
Distinguished delegates, the meeting is resumed. We will now take up agenda item number 16, activities relating to the working group on geographical names as cultural heritage. I am Annette Torensjö. I'm convener of the working group on geographical names as cultural heritage, and I will proceed over the proceedings under item 16. My co-convener, Mr. Leif Nilsson, have recently retired from his position in Sweden and cannot therefore be present, but he sends his best regards to all experts. And on my left, I have the rapporteur, Ms. Leila Matfolk. I have the privilege to present to you 8 working papers, all with interesting aspects on geographical names as cultural heritage. A name is not just only a word or some digital information. A name contains the key to our history and identity, and a name tells a story. I have an order of presentation as follows. I will start with working paper 56/16, the report of the working group. Then working paper 17/16, indigenous naming activities in Canada. Then working paper 78/16, the difference a single name can make. Working paper 11/16, Slovene field and house names in Carinthia. And working paper 43/16, the cultural heritage protection of Chinese geographical names. And working paper 28/16, digitalization of the names archive. And working paper 64/16, international meetings on toponymy with specific focus on cultural heritage and the public. And as the last, working paper 10/16, place name changes. And under this item, we have two working papers for information. The first is working paper 59/16, International Seminar on Sea Names. And I just want to allow a brief comment on that paper. And working paper 86/16, task team on transformation of heritage landscape. That paper is only for information. And working paper 82/16, from paper to bytes. That is presented by our distinguished colleague from Denmark, Peter Gammeltoft, who cannot be here, so it will be no presentation on that paper. because I cannot give justice to the working paper when Peder is not here to answer questions. So that is my agenda, and we also have a video with a promotion of the second national survey of geographical names in China. And it's an important work, so get you a copy and you can see a film about the important work done in China. But we have no time for showing it under item 16. So I will go on with my summary of the report of the working group on geographical names as cultural heritage. The aim of the working group on geographical names as cultural heritage is to oversee the activities related to the promotion of indigenous and minority geographical names, as well as to stress the scope of names as cultural heritage. Among the most important topics for the working group are geographical names used by minorities, legislation and policies regarding geographical names as cultural heritage, and together with promotion of fieldwork and the registration of names. The working group intends to make guidelines available on its website, as well as presents examples of good naming practices. And we have been established on the 8th conference in Berlin 2002 as a working group on the promotion of indigenous and minority group place names. And the name changed at a meeting in New York 2012. Together with the convenership of this working group, we have a steering group appointed. And its members are Mr. Peder Gammeltoft, Mr. Sunjay Chu, Mr. Teemu Leskinen, Ms. Naima Fria, Mr. Michel Simio Camden, and Ms. Eman Oribi. And during a working group meeting in Copenhagen in Denmark last September, we had a joint meeting with the working group of evaluation and implementation and the working group for publicity and funding, together with the Northern Division. At the same occasion, we had a workshop organized dealing with the organization of the work in this working group. And we discuss our main issues and activities. The topics for the working group could be summarized as geographical names used by minorities, geographical names as cultural heritage, legislation and policies, fieldwork and registration of names, together with presentations of good practices. We have also a topic that have been lately worked with, and that is the inclusion of urban names. And we have also a work about the common feature classification. We should do research on geographical names as cultural heritage, work with commemorative names, and today at lunchtime there was held a workshop about this topic. And we will continue with this work. We will also take care of the commercialization of geographical names. And last session we had a resolution about this topic as well. The aim of the working group was discussed at the Copenhagen meeting, and we have a work plan from this meeting in order to extend the original intent of the working group and in order to stress the importance of names as cultural heritage. And I would like to invite all experts to the working group meeting on Friday at noon, 12:15, in the meeting room F. And I also like to invite you to join the working group and the important work we have before us. I also want to invite other working groups to have cooperation about mutual questions. So that is my report from the working group activities. Could I open the floor for questions? And I now would like to open the floor for questions. So please. I see. I recognize the distinguished expert from the US-Canada division.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and for the outline I'm looking at here of the topics for the working group. And I'm just thinking back to when can I say, the former incarnation of this working group, when it dealt with indigenous names. And maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see any reference on the working group topics to indigenous names anymore. And I'm just wondering whether the work that was started previously of collecting, I guess it was promotional material of what was being done on indigenous names and mapping it, whether that could be included or whether it could be updated, whether it could be added to and be part of the program as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Madam. Of course, it is included. Perhaps it's just my wording that made you miss it. But we will, of course, continue the work with both minorities and indigenous naming. So we have had a discussion about this previous work, and we will continue with it. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now pass on to the working paper number 70/16, Indigenous Naming Activities in Canada. So I invite the distinguished expert from Canada to take the floor, please.
Thank you. Indigenous place names are extremely important to Indigenous peoples as a reflection of their culture and heritage, and also as a tool for language preservation. In recent years, federal, provincial, and territorial naming authorities have been regularly consulting with Aboriginal communities, cultural associations, and heritage groups to collect traditional Aboriginal names, as well as information on their meaning and origin. Many of these Aboriginal names collected in this fieldwork and historical research are approved by the naming authorities and become official for use. In 2014, the Geographical Names Board of Canada adopted an ambitious, forward-looking strategic plan to guide the board's activities for the period of 2015 to 2020. The strategic plan highlights and focuses the board's commitments toward geographical naming in Canada and includes the following key objectives related to Aboriginal place names: advancing GNBC policy and research to encompass unique aspects of Aboriginal naming, strengthening exchanges between naming authorities and Aboriginal experts to improve the performance of GNBC members in making more Aboriginal names official, and extending the capacity of the national database to accurately record, store, and disseminate unique aspects of Aboriginal place names. The focus of Aboriginal place names aligns with a commitment by the Government of Canada to establish a renewed relationship with Canada's Indigenous peoples. Implementation of the priorities outlined in the strategic plan is currently underway through active working groups composed of federal, provincial, and territorial naming authorities. In regards to the national database, our current database allows the naming authorities to indicate the language of the toponym Our language list contains 74 languages used by Canada's Indigenous people, as well as English and French. A significant example of a recent Aboriginal naming adoption is from the Northwest Territories, where they added 5 additional traditional names for the Mackenzie River, which is Canada's longest and largest river system. The name has been applied to, the 5 additional names have been applied to the entire length of the river. In the territory of Nunavut, in terms of naming in the territory of Nunavut, a committee of Indigenous elders meets regularly to review and make recommendations on naming proposals for traditional Indigenous names gathered over many decades of fieldwork. Thousands of such names have become official since Nunavut came into existence in 1999. In the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, 448 traditional names supplied by the Innu Nation were approved by the Newfoundland and Labrador Geographical Names Board in 2015. In the province of Ontario, consultation with the Piikang-Nikum First Nation, the Ontario Geographical Names Board approved 17 Ojibwe geographical names as dual names, along with the previously approved non-Aboriginal names. Expert advice has helped the GNBC Secretariat to resolve technical and linguistic issues in storing Aboriginal names in our database and correctly displaying special characters and diacritics used in writing Aboriginal languages in publications and on websites. And the final thing I'd like to highlight, this summer I'm very excited to announce that I will be running a project for building Indigenous capacity for geographical place naming in Canada's north in conjunction with the 3 territories. We will be hiring an Aboriginal student in each territory with hopes to enhance representation with respect to Indigenous peoples in the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields, as well as transfer knowledge and support and career development through mentoring, and to support Canada's spatial data infrastructure in the north. And that is my paper. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and I now open the floor for discussion. I see no hands, so, there. Distinguished expert from the Romano-Hellenic division, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I would like also to thank the presenter for this very interesting presentation that she has made to us. I would just like to ask, in practical terms, these new names, in what exact ways are they used? I mean, are those names used in sign plates, in road plates? Are only the English and French names shown on that kind of plates, or also the traditional Aboriginal and other names? Thank you so much.
Thank you. It depends on the province or territory, but when typically, like for example in Nunavut, when a new name is proposed, the colonized name is often rescinded, and the Inuktitut name takes precedence and is shown on all of our data products and maps and so on.
Thank you. Is there any other question? I can see none, so we are moving forward to working paper number 78/16, the difference a single name can make, submitted by Australia. So I give the floor to Mr. Chair, William Watt.
Thank you for the opportunity. I won't take a lot of time with this presentation, but I wanted to even though we've reconstituted or reinstituted a number of indigenous names over many years in South Australia, this one struck me because of, I'll go through the presentation and then you can see why it struck me. In May 2012, the Arabana people of South Australia were granted non-exclusive native title rights to approximately 68,000 square kilometres in northern South Australia. Their land adjoins a feature known as Lake Eyre, which is a very large salt lake, named after Edward John Eyre, who was a noted South Australian explorer and also in his time the protector of Aborigines in the early part of the state. Following the granting of native title, the Arabana people asked if the lake could be renamed to Kati Thanda, which is their name for the feature. We considered it wasn't appropriate at this time to remove the name of a prominent South Australian from the feature, so we suggested the proposal of dual naming the lake. And that was readily accepted by the Arabana people. Consultation was entered into with the Diri people who were on the eastern side of the lake, and they were quite happy for the Arabana name to be used, as their name was only a minor dialectic difference between the Arabana name and the Diri name. So they were more than happy for that to occur, and they recognized that the lake was in the Arabana people's property. So Lake Eyre was effectively dual named on January the 3rd, 2013 as Lake Eyre Kati Thanda. After the dual naming took place, there has been some further actions, which was the renaming of the national park covering the Lake Eyre Basin to Kati Thanda Lake Eyre National Park, and the general use of the dual name has grown rapidly in among the general community, being referred to in both tourism and press on a regular basis. But the point I want to stress was what happened among the Arabana people themselves. They felt so happy with the fact that their name had been recognized that they decided to hold a meeting on the shores of the lake, where approximately some 80 Arabana people, and some others, including myself, met to commemorate the reintroduction of their name. One of the Arabana elders, a Mr. Sid Strangways, addressed the gathering and reflected in his words the excitement of the Arabana people that one of their names had been recognized and restored in the manner that had occurred. His words were reinforced by conversations I had with many other Arabana people who, though they didn't want this mentioned in paper, in writing, were happy to say that, and happy for me to say on their behalf, that they at last felt proud to be an Arabana person again because of one name being restored. They felt their culture had been given value. They felt that they had been recognized among the wider community. And the level of excitement was evident in that gathering in all the generations of Arabana people that were in attendance. I saw opportunities by the elders to use it as a teaching moment for the children and pass on to them the stories associated with that lake and the importance of their culture in association with the lake. The Arabana people have noted this and have indicated that there are a number of other features that they wish to have dual named in the future, and we have provided them with the records that we have to assist in their deliberations, and we are looking forward to their next approach. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, and I now open the floor for questions to Mr. Chair. Please, take the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Nous avons les deux expériences canadiennes et australiennes. Pour l'australienne, nous avons remarqué que c'est une réintroduction d'anciens noms, alors que la communication qui a été donnée par notre représentante canadienne, elle parlait de nouveaux noms. Est-ce que ces nouveaux noms, ces lieux n'avaient pas de nom et on a donné de nouveaux noms, ou bien est-ce qu'on a utilisé d'anciens noms qu'on a rétablis? Je vous remercie.
Thank you for that question, distinguished expert from the Arabic division. And I know Would the expert from Canada, US-Canada division, prepare an answer?
Sure. The names themselves are not new. They were new as in newly approved. The Inuktitut names have been in existence for quite some time. It's just I use the term new as in newly approved. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you for that clarification. Is it all right? Thank you. Any other questions? The distinguished expert from Asia East Division without China, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very interesting case. I'd like to know if there is a principle to determine the order of two names. Do you see any possibility of the case like Uluru and Ayers Rock changing the order after another proposal? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. On a personal level, yes, I would like to see that occur. But in reality, what will dictate it is the community acceptance and community use. I've noticed with the Ayers Rock Uluru situation, Ayers Rock was the European name given, Uluru was given later, but the general community accepts Uluru as the name in preference to Ayers Rock now, and the intention, as I understand it from Northern Territory, is that Ayers Rock will just disappear into history, be retained in the records, but not be used currently. I would personally like to see the same happen with many of the other features that we have dual named in South Australia.
Thank you for the answer. Are you satisfied? Yes. And I, the expert from the Baltic Division, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Convener. I would like to ask distinguished chair of the UNGEGN whether it's known, does the Arabana name have a meaning, and in what case is there a generic, and the rest can it be identified? Thank you, if it's known.
Thank you for the question. The meaning is not clear because of cultural erosion. They've lost some of that knowledge. They recognize it has something to do with the pegging out of a large kangaroo skin on the landscape, but that's as far as their current knowledge goes in terms of the meaning. They've actually lost the whole story that relates with that particular name. It doesn't have a generic. We will utilize modern database practices to assign a feature type to that particular name, but we have determined in Australia that adding an English generic to the indigenous name is probably superfluous in many situations because sometimes they actually contain the generic, or is diluting the cultural importance of the name. So we will allow the feature coding within databases to tell people what sort of feature it is. Thank you.
Are you satisfied? Yes, thank you. Are there any further questions, or? I see none, or? Sorry, I see the distinguished expert from the Romani Hellenic Division. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a very brief question to the Chair of the UNGEGN. I would like to ask whether in this particular area only the Arabana tribe lives, if it is exclusively inhabited by the Arabana tribe, or if there are also other populations. And if the latter is the case, how did they react to the inclusion of that new name? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Just to clarify an issue in relation to Aboriginal culture, there were nomadic people, but there were nomadic people within a prescribed range that had been set by the ancestral creation of the land that they were living on. They didn't wander over the whole state. So this particular land that the Arabana people were given native title rights to was their area that they lived in and wandered around in according to their tradition. They are adjoined by other indigenous groups, and I mentioned that the Diri people on the eastern side of the lake have a similar name with a slight dialectic difference for the lake themselves, but they recognize that lake as being part of the Arabana country, so they were happy to see that take precedence. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I see now hands, so we are moving on to working paper 11/16, Slovene field and house names in Carinthia, submitted by Austria. I give the floor to the distinguished expert from the Dutch and German-speaking division, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a short summary of this paper. In 2010, Slovene field and house names in Carinthia, Kärnten is the endonym version, were included into the Austrian National Inventory of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. The traditional Slovene field and house names are part of the living cultural heritage and are deeply rooted in the minds of the Slovene as well as the German-speaking Carinthian population. These names form an essential part of the Carinthian Slovenes' linguistic and cultural identity. The preservation of local Slovene microtoponyms is a matter of major concern for many individuals, communities, associations, institutions, and researchers in Carinthia. They try to not only document the traditional Slovene field and house names, but also to consolidate them in daily use. For this purpose, maps and hiking maps featuring the names of the locations in their dialect form and in standard Slovenian form have been created in the past years. The documented toponyms and the maps are also available on the website, which is the address is given here in the paper. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that presentation, and I will now open the floor for questions or discussions. Yes, I recognize the chair of UNGEGN.
Thank you for this paper. I was not so much curious about the contents of this, but to determine if the same sort of approach is going to be made for any other minority groups within the Austrian area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this question. A similar approach has been elaborated with the Burgenland Croatians, the Croatian-speaking minority in the easternmost province of Austria. There also a field names research and the field name study has been completed and published. What is specific for the Slovene-speaking area in Carinthia now is that maps are published, hiking maps, tourist maps, in cooperation with the local communes, so they are supported financially also by the local communes. And these hiking maps show the Slovenian field names as well as house names. And they are very popular. They become very popular in the place, and they are also very much used by tourists. So this is a way of popularizing, of disseminating the knowledge on Slovenian dialect and standard place names, of field names as well as of house names. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions to the distinguished expert? No? We are moving on to working paper 43/16, the cultural heritage protection of Chinese geographical names, submitted by China. I open the floor to the expert.
感谢召集人，我尽量简短的来介绍这份报告。近年来，中国积极推进地名文化建设，开展了一系列保护和宣传工作。2012年，民政部出台了关于加强地名文化建设的意见，印发了全国地名文化遗产保护实施方案， 制定了地名文化遗产鉴定行业标准。为推进地名文化遗产确认工作，民政部持续开展千年古县地名文化遗产的确认，截至目前，已经确认71个千年古县。一些省份和城市组织开展了千年古镇、千年古村落等地名文化遗产确认工作，公布了本地的地名文化遗产名录。为加强地名文化理论研究，在全国范围内开展了地名文化理论征文活动，编印了地名文化论文集，召开了全国地名文化研讨会。在编纂地名文化图书方面，民政部组织编写了《中国地名故事精选丛书》，出版了《一带一路列国志》《一带一路百问百答》等书籍。中国各省也纷纷编纂地名文化图书，如山东地名故事、四川地名故事等。此外，还制作了《美丽中国千年古县游册》、中国地名宣传片和中国地名文化多媒体宣传册等地名文化产品。在开展地名文化活动方面，民政部联合光明日报社开展地名的故事、那些历史、那些乡愁系列报道，先后刊发20多篇专题文章，联合光明网开展寻找最美地名活动，征集图片、文字、视频等形式记录的具有历史文化内涵的最美地名，联合中国摄影家协会开展地名文化摄影展，举办全国地名知识有奖竞答活动，开展地名情中国梦微视频微电影的征集活动，征集在地名普查和地名文化方面的视频作品。下一步，中国将进一步加强地名文化遗产的保护工作，结合正在进行的第2次全国地名普查，开展地名文化资源调查，建立详细的地名文化资源库，进一步健全地名文化遗产保护制度，完善地名文化遗产的评价、鉴定、确认标准，建立国家、省、市、县4级地名文化遗产名录，通过图书、电视、互联网等多种媒体广泛宣传地名文化。谢谢。
Thank you for the presentation, distinguished expert. And I now open the floor for questions or comments. I recognize the distinguished expert from UK division.
Thank you very much. I think my question might be on behalf of everybody here. I would very much like to know the results of all of your surveys, and particularly on the most beautiful names results. If you would be able to pass these to the information bulletin for a future edition and at the conference, I'm sure we will all very much like to hear those results. Thank you.
Please take the floor.
我们搞的这个评选最美地名的活动呢，它是不仅是说这个地名本身它的语言它的含义是美好的，而且呢还包括就是作者对这个地名的文化内涵的这种表现的形式，比如说这个写的这个文章特别的优美，或者说图片文字特别的感人。 这个我们到最后呢，就是评选出很多的这种最美地名的这种获奖作品。如果说，但是呢，他们大多数都是中文的，都是中文的这种表现形式。如果说是我们秘书处觉得可以的话，我们可以提供这个这种拷贝来放在咱们的网站上。谢谢。
Yes, that would be interested. Please, the distinguished expert from the Arabic division, take the floor.
Merci Madame. Ayant par le passé, le UNGEGN ayant par le passé organisé des concours sur la toponymie à travers le Task Team par 2 fois, je voudrais savoir, et maintenant on vient d'entendre du représentant de la Chine qu'ils ont organisé des concours sur la toponymie. Nous serions personnellement, je serais très intéressé de connaître la thématique de ce concours. Est-ce que c'est un poème? Est-ce que c'est un article? Pour pouvoir éventuellement s'en inspirer, parce qu'on pense relancer le concours à travers le Task Team. Je vous remercie.
Would the distinguished expert from China take the floor?
感谢阿拉伯分部代表的这个问题。然后我们搞的这个全国地名知识有奖竞答活动呢，是就是出了很多的这种选择题，然后它的涵盖范围呢，包括这个中国和世界各种各样的地名的有关的知识，也包括地名标准化方面的这个相关知识。通过这种答题的选择答题的方式，然后这个来评分，最后对于这个得分高的给予奖励，大概是这么一个情况。谢谢。
Yes, that's fine. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comment on this working paper? I see the distinguished expert from the US-Canada division. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly express our reaction to Chinese work here. We're always so amazed by the volume that they produce and by the effort that goes into some of this wonderful work that they're doing, particularly on the cultural issues. And I'm hoping that next year at the conference, maybe some of the results could be made available. I realize they'll be in Chinese, but I think we could all learn by the type of approach to this, the visual impact that I know much of this has, which is really beautiful, and that we can see some of these results, and perhaps a paper on how they're produced, because I think we could all learn very much for how this is organized and how people undertake these projects in China. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. And I give the floor to the expert from China division.
非常感谢这个加拿大代表的这个问题，然后我们很愿意跟大家分享我们的这种工作经验，然后比如说我们的很多的微电影、视频作品本身现在就是在互联网上是可以看的，然后呢，如果大家感兴趣的话，之后呢，我可以把这些作品所在的网址都留给咱们秘书处，然后那个大家可以通过网站来看。然后另外呢，有一些文章呢是中文的作品，我们可以在下一次会议上呢组织一部分对这些作品进行翻译成英文，然后在会议上来展示介绍。谢谢。
Thank you very much, and of course that would be very interesting to see, so please let the Secretariat have the links to the films. Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments? No, I see none. Then we will proceed with the working paper 28/16, Digitalization of the Name Archive, submitted by Finland. So I give the floor to the distinguished expert from the Northern Division. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam. The digitalization of the Names Archive of the Institute for the Languages of Finland began in 2014. The Names Archive contains a corpus of material on Finnish and Sami names, as well as copies of Swedish place names collection. These together serve as a tool for research and name planning. The archive includes more than 2.7 million place name card files covering Finland and neighboring territories, such as Finnish-speaking areas of Sweden and Norway and Karelian territory. The objective of the digitalization project is to convert the archive's place name cards, data capture maps, and related attributes and metadata into digital format, meaning a database, in order to improve the usability of the existing data and offer an electronic environment for enriching and supplementing the data. The archive's name cards were scanned during 2015, and the process of transforming their essential content into database format has been started. The database will include following information: the spelling of the place names, the coordinates of the named places, the parish, the year of collection, the name of the collector, and categorization of the type of place. The locations of the named places will be given as point coordinates. It is planned that the Digital Names Archive will also enable the information it contains to be enriched in new ways. Citizens will be able to produce new information for the archive, for example, by noting whether the names recorded in the archive are still in use or have been replaced by new names, or whether the named places no longer exist. The primary information of the Names Archive collected by linguists and the supplementary information contributed by citizens will, however, be explicitly separated from each other, enabling users of the digital archive to be aware of the distinction between specialist information and additional information. The goal is to complete the digital archive in 2017, which happens to be the year that the Republic of Finland celebrates its 100th birthday. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for that presentation, and I now open the floor for questions and comments. I recognize the distinguished expert from the US-Canada division, please.
Thank you. I'm just curious about the nature of the names cards. Are they handwritten cards or are they typed cards? And when they were scanned, was an optical reader used or are they images? Thank you.
I give the floor for the expert from the Northern Division.
Thank you for your question. Part of the cards are handwritten and part of them are typed. I would say that most part is typewritten, but when they were scanned, they were actually optical character recognition made, but it was not very helpful because part of those were handwritten. So actually now when they are starting to build the database, they will put the information in the database manually because the text is so difficult for the optical recognition. So, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments? I recognize the distinguished expert from Africa South Division.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm just interested, these 2.7 million place names, were they all collected in the field, or some of them were taken from these existing maps or card files? Just interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, most of them are collected in the field during the 20th century. The collecting has begun already in the beginning of the 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I see the distinguished expert from the
East Central.
Please, sorry, please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Convener. I would like to know about the relation between geographic names register of Finland mentioned in the working paper 27/9 and the names archive mentioned in this paper. Thank you.
I give the floor to the distinguished expert of the Northern Division. Can you prepare for an answer?
Thank you for your question. Just a moment.
Thank you.
Yes, it is actually described in the paper. Sorry for this moment. I'm actually not myself involved with this project, so I have to check some details. The place names that are also listed in the place name register of the National Land Survey, the place name identification codes used in the place name register will also be entered into the names archive to link those two databases. Yes, that's the plan. Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments? I see one, the distinguished expert from Africa East Division. Please take the floor.
Thank you. My question would be, I just want to know the type of, the system that they use to capture the names that come from the field, and also the cars that they would have been, scanned. Thank you.
The distinguished expert from the Northern Division is preparing for an answer. I can see that. Please take the floor.
Thank you for your question. Yes, the field work is, well, it's been made during lots of decades. So first, the first place name cards that were collected, they wrote them manually, always by interviewing the people and then collecting the names to a brochure somewhere, and then they were linked to the maps. I don't know if this was a correct answer for your question.
Are you satisfied?
Not that much. I wanted to know, from the field, how do they then store the names inside a database, which is...
Yes, you see the example of a place name card in my paper, if you have it in front of you. So they will actually do it manually. They will... So all the information is transferred manually to the database. Because of there's this kind of text types that are not good for the optical character recognition.
Are you satisfied with that answer, or do you want a clarification?
Yes, I'm fine.
Thank you. Thank you. I recognize the distinguished expert from Africa South Division.
Thank you very much. I just want to find out if there's any metadata to this data that has been captured. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, we have a database that has all the information about the collectors and the year of the collection and the amount of names collected. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. And I will now close this presentation and thank you to all experts for comments and questions. And we have exhausted the time available for this item. I propose to adjourn at this time, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning in this conference room at 9 a.m. sharp and continue the consideration of this item 16, followed by the innovation in naming, case studies and challenges for geographical names in 2016.
Asia East.
Aha! Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Distinguished expert from Asia East division other than China. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Although the working paper on international seminar on sea names was classified as a document for information, I'd like to very brief comments about this. The 20th and the 21st International Seminar on Sea Names took place in Gyeongju, Republic of Korea in 2014, and in Helsinki, Finland in 2015, respectively. So I have several copies of this book. All of the papers presented, as well as key discussion points, were published as a book titled Sea Names, Heritage, Perception, and International Relations. So if you are interested in this book, you may get one of the several copies from me. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief comment. And I recognize the distinguished expert from Japan. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's regrettable to react to my friends from the Republic of Korea, but as far as the information documents submitted by the Republic of Korea concerned, even if the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea did not enter into the details of the publication itself deriving from the seminar that they organized, Japan is now obligated to react briefly to his words, because the activities of the seminar seem to contain very often political propaganda concerning a sea area between two countries. Such publication should not be advertised in multilateral and technical fora, including UNGEGN sessions. So I'd like to make it clear that Japan is strongly opposed to any action intending to spread political propaganda in the framework of the UNGEGN. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have a last statement from Asia East Division, and then we will adjourn this meeting. So
Okay.
please take the floor.
Okay. This working paper deals with actually purely academic seminar on sea names, which is open for various or contentious opinions. So in this context, I think the comments made by a Japanese delegate somewhat out of context, I think. I think that it would be better to discuss the issue at academic seminar on sea names, which are very open for contentious issues too. So the main purpose of my comments was just to let you know there's a book which includes various perspectives on sea names. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, and and now I adjourn this meeting to meet again tomorrow morning at 9 sharp.